Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the first Jim Cornette experience of 2025. We are broadcasting from the middle of a natural disaster. And I don't mean Raw's debut on Netflix, but we're going to cover that one too. And joining me, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He causes earthquakes, typhoons, and all kinds of other storms. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. Happy New Year. Glad it's your show.
Well, see, now you got to talk for a minute because I'm winded, Brian. I'm winded. I'm a COVID survivor now. If the people heard the drive-through, they know what I got for Christmas. So I'm a COVID survivor. So now you've got to lower your expectations, ladies and gentlemen, to about 75 to 80% of what you would normally find entertaining about me, because now I have a handicap.
That's right. This begins the brain fog era of the Jim Cornette
Well, that's
experience.
why I'm a little foggy. See, I might not know whether to wind my ass or scratch my watch, and you got to accept that here in the new year. Because we had a discussion on the drive-through about how much longer we were going to be doing this type of thing. You wanted to say that we were going to do these podcasts for the next 5 years. My counteroffer was 3 months, and I don't know. We haven't negotiated further in the middle yet. But the people are going to be able to hear this somewhere between the next 3 months and 5 years.
That's right. At least.
And no, goddamn it! Now you're talking a new decade. You're talking a new era.
I don't think you understand that within the next 10 years, we're open up to a whole new line of sponsors for senior citizens because of your age.
Well, when they get the Metamucil that's chocolate flavored like our friends at Orgain, let me know. But I'm not ready for...
Like adult diapers.
I'm not ready for high colonics in low places yet, you son of a gun.
You could talk about high. You know, back in my day, I never had to worry about spillage when I was taking a bump off a scaffold. But now, in my old age, I need something I could depend on.
Oh, I see what you did there. See, back in my day, we used to just have to shit in our hands and wipe it on the wall.
Depends. You could depend on this, unlike Jim Crockett's promises.
Yeah, unlike the royalties for Starcade 80 say, all right, anyway. So just be aware if see, sometimes I gotta either, I've got the drippage and I've got to either kind of suck the drippage from the nose down into the mouth where it can be spittooned out, or elsewise if it drips down to the throat, then I gotta rump it back up.
Spittooned.
That's the leftover part of all of this worldwide plague that I was suffering from. So I apologize if I may be a little wet or croupy today for the people who notice that type of thing. But we're going to talk about something else that's wet and croupy. The weather here in Louisville. I said we were in the middle of a natural disaster and that it was declared a state of emergency. The state of Kentucky. Just so Brian, did you keep up with the weather that took place from South Texas through Louisiana all the way up into Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, and parts north from the shores of Tripoli to the mountains of Montezuma? Did you keep up with that just yesterday as we're recording?
No, I usually don't follow along until it hits the Poconos.
Well, then you've got all that real estate interest up there that you're worried about the weather problem.
But yeah, what?
Okay, you mean the people don't know that you're the one that invented the champagne glass hot tub? Son of a bitch! That's because your first girlfriend was so short. But anyway, no, the weather was frightful yesterday across middle and southern part of the United States. They not only had thunderstorms, severe high winds, and tornado warnings in, I guess, South Texas and into Louisiana and Arkansas, including some of the places we've been talking about on the Mid-South Wrestling Review. So that was going on down there where people are being buffeted by the goddamn hurricane-like conditions. And then from Kansas, Kansas had a blizzard, high winds and heavy snow. And then the Ohio Valley here, southern Indiana, Kentucky, the Ohio River border, was right on the line where they were calling for not only snow, but also sleet and freezing rain, where that it would be rain south of us and snow north of us, and we were going to get the ice right in like a 50-mile strip across metro Louisville. And you might not want the snow, but it ain't a big deal. If it's going to snow 6 inches, might as well snow a foot. What's the fucking difference? And the rain, same thing, but the ice is crucial. Because if you get a quarter of an inch of ice, there's a fucking miserable conditions out there. If you get 3/4 of an inch of ice, it'll shut the town down. And 15 years ago, everybody's gun shy around here because we got 2 inches of ice. It wrecked the town for a week to 10 days. Stace and I were in a hotel in Lexington for a week. And I mean, tree damage, power damage, that was like the freak thing of all time. So everybody's trepidatious about the ice. And it snowed plenty. As a matter of fact, it was the most snow that Louisville has had in one day since 1998. And the 3rd largest January snowfall ever. And they say that, I think it said it was officially 8 inches at the airport or whatever, but we got 10 here in the yard at the castle. But then the sleet and freezing rain didn't materialize to the severity, thank goodness, that it might have, and we didn't have any widespread power outages or damages or shit collapsing or whatever, which that is the problem with that. But then, after the sleet and the freezing rain, then it snowed today another couple inches, and it's not going to be above freezing for a week. And then it's going to be 34 degrees. So this is our decoration for a little while. And I took Harley out to take her morning Russo, and she's kind of flabbergasted because she has not seen this much snow ever. She likes the snow, but this is taller than she is. But because it was frozen over, she could walk on top of it. But when I tried to follow her, it would hold my weight for like 1 second, and then my foot would drop 6 inches. So it's like walking on shit that's caving in with every footstep. You got it coming in your future, Brian Last. It's coming in that direction.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'll have fun in it.
How can you have fun in ice snow that you can't?
Oh, ice?
It won't support you. You can't make a fucking, snowman out of it because you're just trying to ball up a fucking snow cone. It's just frozen fucking chaos now. So this is not the fun snow.
If there's a lot of snow, I'll go sledding. Otherwise, I won't do anything.
If you hit somebody with a snowball out of this goddamn consistency, it would give them brain damage. Their children would be born dizzy. Anyway, so that's the way we're starting the year here, huh?
With great content.
With great God, I'm trying to bring the people up to date. We were afraid we couldn't even record here today because I'd be shivering with no power and no internet and all the wires caved in and all that stuff. And we're broadcasting.
Say that. You did say all of that in advance. We are scheduled to record. I may not be able to because of this incoming storm, and here we are.
Yeah, and they were saying it on the news. Now there was a possibility of it. And if we hadn't got over our snow forecast, we would have gotten over the ice forecast. And then we might be singing a different tune here. But thankfully, we got more snow.
And no tunes.
And well, would you like me to sing something?
I said, thankfully, no tunes. I didn't say, thankfully, you should start singing now.
Well, I was going to sing somebody's praises. Does that count? Because there's, a couple people. I got a couple more really cool Christmas presents. And if you sent me something and you think I've ignored you, check the back shows because we've distributed this out where I wasn't just giving along. And if you sent me a Christmas card, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to read. Everybody's name has sent me a fucking Christmas card here on goddamn worldwide broadcasting. But I got a couple of really cool things. One was this amazing DVD set, Enter the Clones of Bruce, the documentary of the sort of like the Mid-South Wrestling attempts to replace the Junkyard Dog, the attempts to replace Bruce Lee as a martial arts movie star after his untimely passing. It's a documentary, and then like 10 of the greatest in one way or another, either really good or really bad, clone movies with the Bruce Lees and Bruce Lies and Bruce Lays. And
yeah, see, that's the thing. It would be like if Bill Watts brought in Master G as Junkyard Dig. I mean, it wasn't just trying to replace Bruce Lee. It was trying to replace Bruce Lee.
Hey, since it was George Wells, they should have brought him in as Junkyard Dick.
Was he
now,
a
that
dick?
might have been...
Did you guys hate George Wells?
No, I'm not talking about that application of the word, but...
Oh.
So anyway... but yes, it's got a book in it with color pictures and words that you can read about this various these movies and this subject, and it was a wonderful day. I don't have down the name of the person that sent me that. That's been overlooked or lost to time or whatever.
Well, it sounds like a very well-cultured person or someone who gets free stuff and just gives it out to people he doesn't care about.
Well, I certainly hope it's the former and not the latter, or elsewise I may have to rethink the opinion I have of the person of whom I've forgotten who the fuck that it was. But also, guess what Stacy got me among the plethora of things and
COVID
foodstuffs and illnesses. She got me food, illnesses, a variety of things, but guess in the manner of a gift-giving situation.
What would Stacy get you for the holidays that you would like? Your favorite thing is your dog, something to do with you and your dog.
Well, no, because we get together, we get Harley various things. So we did have a nice picture taken, Harley and I, out in the blizzard-like conditions yesterday, which I don't own a hat. I do not
what was that
wear
hat
hats.
you were wearing? You talk about the floppy hats. All of a sudden you have one.
That was Stacy's jaunty, floppy cap that matches her jaunty woolen woven sweater that's a set of things or whatever. But I needed
Leroy Cornette.
Well, I needed something to cover my head out in the blizzard. And she see her put this on. But there was a nice picture there on the Twitter machine.
Did she get you a one-way ticket to Thailand?
No, she got me a one-way ticket to paradise.
Oh.
Or no, that's 2 tickets to paradise.
There's 2 tickets. Both things you're going by yourself, it sounds like.
You know, that's like, did I tell you about last month when she won the lottery?
No.
She came in, she said, I've won the lottery, $50 million. Pack your bags. I said, where are we going? She said, I don't know where you're going, but just get out of here. But anyway, no, what she got me, because, you know, I've talked about it, The Curse of Oak Island. I've been watching on the History Channel, The Curse of Oak Island, for, what are they in, like season 12 now? And the Lagina brothers, Rick and Marty have not only started financing this operation, but now built it into where it's one of the most popular shows on the History Channel. So they're making money digging for this treasure in the most, incredibly intricate ways possible now. They've got the 60-ton cranes. They've got the fucking spectroanalysis. They've built buildings where they have all the fucking evidence they've gathered, and they're consulting with scientists and this fucking equipment. They're drilling 200 feet below the surface and bringing up a core 6 inches wide. It's goddamn amazing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they ain't really found shit worth in American money. I don't know that they've found $25, but they found a lot of cool shit, and you don't know what the fuck these people 800 years ago were doing, making these massive stone formations and, blocking off the ocean for purposes unknown. But anyway, I watched this because it's fascinating. Possibly more interesting than the way I just described it. And so she got me a metal detector. You see how this fits along? Because
where are you going to go with that? On your own property?
Well, hold on. I'm fixing to get to that.
Tell me she got you a one-way ticket
to fucking Nova Scotia. No, when I was a kid, and actually it was about the time, I think I've read about the curse of, not the curse of Oak Island, they didn't call it that then, but the money pit in Nova Scotia was the article that was originally in Reader's Digest, and then it was reprinted, or the story was reprinted in a book that I have referenced here that I have on the shelf here in my office, about the legend of the money pit in Nova Scotia and the efforts to try to recover what the people believe is a treasure buried there for reasons unknown. And at the same time, my cousin Larry was into this kind of thing in the early 70s. They had treasure hunter magazines and metal detectors, home metal detectors, where you could just take it around and go beep, beep. I think it really only become a thing like in the decade of the 60s. So we got a metal detector. I still have that metal detector in the corner of my office here, leaned up next to the chest of drawers, as Aunt Lola would say. And you put a big 9-volt battery in it, and it had like a fucking old-fashioned audio level meter on it. And if you waved it over something the size of a Honda fucking Civic, it was only about 6 inches under the ground. It would beep, beep, beep. But, you know, we took it around then 50 years ago or more and found a few things and a couple coins. I took it across the road from the castle here to, well, it's Mr. Stairs' house back then. They were the old couple that lived there, Mr. and Mrs. Stairs. And the house is over 100 years old now, so it was over 50. As oldest house on this road. It was the part of one of the farmhouse to one of the farms over there. And I got around and he said, sure, look around. So I got around in his yard thinking, oh my God, some Confederate general has buried some shit here. And all I found after a lot of fucking digging till finally my mom had to say, I think we need to call this, was it was a giant goddamn scrap chain that had rusted into, you know, just pieces buried in his backyard. But it was fun, right? For a little while. And back then, though, there were places that you could actually go around here. And by the time, you know, that we realized the limitations of this thing, we didn't really venture too far from the property. But like old farmhouses and things like that, we had all kinds of them in barns and places where people used to fish next to the creek. And you could have gone and looked around and maybe found something, but now it's some guy's fucking 3-bedroom house in a subdivision. And if you were out in his backyard, he'd probably fucking shoot you. So it's more for my retirement. If we go to the fucking mountains and wander the trails and find out what people have fucking lost on the way to the wandering to the top of the mountain on the trail. That type of thing.
Stacy's a genius. She figured out, I'll give him this. He'll be running around the yard like a lunatic. I can film it, put it on YouTube, make millions.
Is that why she was talking to you about our YouTube channel?
That's why she said, can you send me a good camera?
All right, anyway. But so that's, well, I'll report. But these new ones are snazzy.
So where are you going to go with it? You're going to go to the mountain? What did you say?
Well, she said it's like a retirement. She's trying to get me to quit all of this, and she said, "Think we could go
find loose change at the beach?
We could go to Gatlinburg, and we could go up, walk around the Smoky Mountains, and find all the gold that the fucking the Confederates had buried there."
See, this is why people are going to think you're nuts. Hey, guess what? I saw Jim Cornette. Where'd you see him? I saw him at the mountain digging for gold. I mean, that's what you say about a lunatic.
Well, you don't dig for gold, you pan for gold.
Looking for gold, hunting for gold. There's a gold rush involving one person.
I would rather be walking the trails in Gatlinburg with a metal detector, Stacy and Harley, than I would to work for any major wrestling promotion on Earth today. Just to give you a kind of a status of where we are.
Do you think that would be your new gimmick? Instead of a tennis racket, now you would be at ringside with a metal detector? And... Is it usable? Well, would you be able to use it as a gimmick?
Well, here's the thing. I was going to say these new ones, they're fancy. Because you can set it where you can detect precious metal or this or that, or you can memorize it where here, detect quarters, and it'll only detect quarters or whatever. So maybe I could get one to detect money and take it around to AEW shows and see where anybody's drawing any. But I don't think I'd get a lot of beeps.
You're better off in the mountains.
I'm better off in the mountains. See, that's what, he had a choice. He could have worked for AEW, or now he's panning for fucking gold in the mountains. Yeah, he's made the right choice. But anyway, so it's going to be fun to get away from things like you and this. And
just make sure you wear your big floppy hat.
I'm going to have I don't want to burn. I am fair complected,
Do you think if at that point, once you're hunting for gold, you'll be growing a beard, a long beard?
Well, I don't shave every day now. I've cut down to probably twice a week upon average. Maybe that's a little on the heavy side. But I would think if you're in the mountains finding all this gold, you got no time to shave, no time to shave. So I wouldn't let it go past my crotch.
All right. Well, this has been
all right. Well, no,
metal detecting talk.
Well, you act like you're a novice at this. That's the idea. You go where men have not gone before in a long time and see what they have left back behind. These old gold coins and pieces of 8 and things. That's what you're looking for. You're not looking for some goddamn Lincoln penny from last year.
There wasn't some guy running around the Great Smoky Mountains just sprinkling gold coins all over the place, hoping someday someone would find them.
You never heard of Gold Coin Conrad? He has sprinkled fucking money all across the goddamn Southeast. And the legend of him back in the 1800s when they were first panning at Sutter's Mill down there.
What did you get Stacy?
None of your business. No, I got her actually 2, not for the price of one. I paid for both of them, but I was going for one. And then I saw the other one and I said, well, then I'll just get one of each. 2 nice little necklaces with little engraved pendences of things. I'm a COVID survivor, goddammit. It's what do you call the thing? It's not really it's not a locket. Is it a pendant on a necklace that has our names engraved on it with our birthstones or whatever in there in a intricate little design? I don't know what you really. It's a necklace, but
that's nice.
And then the other thing was engraved on the other side of the thing, rather than the front side. See, I got one in the front and one in the back.
The Jewelry Exchange, Louisville.
Yes, and JimCornette.com is we're test marketing them now, and if she likes them, we're gonna come out with that in the spring. I got to talk about a TV show that I was gonna do this last year, and the same thing happened. I saw this show last year for the very first time during our Christmas break, and by the time that we began this again, last year, against my better judgment as well, we began this again. I didn't even talk about it. I don't think even with you. I don't think so. We're going to solve both those things at the same time right now. I'm going to talk about it with you and to the people. Have you seen the television program called A Christmas Carol Gone Wrong?
No, that really hasn't been on my radar. And you said this aired last year too?
Yeah, I guess it's a couple years old. I'll explain in a second. But it is the funniest fucking television program I've ever seen in my goddamn life. I saw it last week or whenever for the 5th or 6th time I've watched it, and I was still on the couch just with Stacy and Harley, laughing out loud and trying to hold myself from giving myself some type of intestinal rupture. It's fucking hilarious. And apparently it was done by the BBC, not Moxley's old group, but the British Broadcasting Company, right? It was a British TV special, and for whatever reason, she could look it up where it's on streaming, however that fucking works. She did. But originally it's on the PBS station here. And for those of you around the world, public broadcasting system in the United States is supposed to be civic affairs programs, documentaries, children's education, some type of uplifting type of thing like that. But they sometimes show programs from England or oddball movies for no apparent reason or whatever the fuck.
No, a lot of the popular British shows in America, or British shows that became popular, was specifically because of public broadcasting. Monty Python, Fawlty Towers, that aired on PBS.
Masterpiece Theater, right? Still is so, they've got a variety of these things, but I don't know how this would fit as Masterpiece Theater, right? Maybe more like Monty Python. But A Christmas Carol Gone Wrong, the first time I saw it, I still thought it was funny, but I joined it like 10 minutes in and I had no idea what the actual premise was. And you kind of have to, if you don't watch the first bit of it, you don't really fucking get the whole goddamn thing. And apparently there is a pre-existing program that may have been done by the BBC and I haven't seen, where the same type of thing happened on another production. But loosely, they're set for some type of local play company is going to perform A Christmas Carol with Scrooge and Bob Marley and Cratchit and the whole nine yards. Going to perform that as a live TV special. And at the last minute, another repertory company, that's the phrase I was searching for, swoops in and takes over the production like commandos, and they go into the goddamn production truck and they fucking commandeer the whole goddamn thing, and their characters take over. And it is then a series of fucking mishaps from start to finish until the thing's over, and it's the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. You got to find this. You would this.
I'm looking now.
You would love this kind of thing.
I'm looking now. It appears
because there's all kinds of inside television shit going on, and it's witty, and the physical comedy is insane. Just the whole way that they've structured this thing.
It came out in 2017. It's on DVD, and I could probably find a stream of it here too.
Well, I'm encouraging. I mean, I don't just want to enrich your life, but I'm encouraging everybody else. We're not even getting paid to say this. You got to watch this fucking television show.
And remember, everyone, your answer should be not until you watch Monster Squad.
Oh, God damn it.
King of Kong. Let's start going through the list of things you've ignored over the last 10 years.
Well, this was right in front of me, and it was the holiday season. All right, I want to talk. Can we talk about an old friend of yours? I said we want to catch up with the cult and what's been going on and the feedback we've been getting from the audience, and we want to talk about an old friend of yours too. Can we do that?
I don't have any old friends. Who is this?
Leroy.
Oh, yeah, we can talk about Leroy.
Okay, well, we got an email from Jeremy. And remember, this was probably a little over a month ago now. We had said, somebody ought to bring a Justice for Leroy sign to one of the major television broadcasts just to get Leroy's name. And folks, if you don't know what we're talking about,
YouTube
it. It's on YouTube. What would be the title of that they would look for?
Jim Cornette on Leroy.
Well, that's pretty cut and dried right there, isn't it? And Brian's old friend, who was a kindly gentleman who everyone loved and was later found out to be a cold-blooded murderer, but it has a happy ending. So, anyway, we said we ought to get a Justice for Leroy sign. Keep his name out there.
You keep saying we. You said it was your idea. You said someone should bring the sign.
Well, I didn't know Leroy from Tom's House Cat till you brought him up, so you instigated this whole goddamn thing.
I didn't say we should bring placards. You're the one who said bring signs.
I didn't say anything about placards. I said signs.
Signs or placards?
Signs, signs, everywhere signs. I don't know whether placard counts. You asked, Jeremy writes, and he's from Minneapolis. If that helps narrow down to find this man for the government agencies that are now listening to our program. Dear Jim and Brian, you asked for an appearance of a Justice for Leroy sign to appear in the crowd, and Smackdown just so happened to be at the Target Center in Minneapolis on Friday, December the 6th. So I made the sign with the Justice for Leroy message on the A side of the poster and a Minnesota is Tiffy territory message on the B side. I guess A would be assholes and B would be boobies.
I guess.
Yeah, long story short, good luck getting any Justice for Leroy signs in any WWE crowd. For some prior reference, I've worked security in Minneapolis as a second job years ago in a Super Bowl, NCAA Final Four, and major stadium concerts, including Taylor Swift and Beyonce came through Minneapolis.
Beyonce.
Her too. So I have a good idea how they operate. Security will check signs coming through the door to check for profanity, commercial products, or unwarranted political messages, which I understand. My sign didn't violate any of those rules while being initially checked by the arena security, so I went to my seat. The show on Friday began with Cody Rhodes cutting a promo in the ring, and I had a security guard confronting me about my sign before Cody got his boots on the ring steps. It was immediate. I did attempt to fight it by asking, why would you take my sign when it doesn't violate anything from the fan code of conduct? And you know the code of conduct is important, folks, because he's a capitalized code and conduct. The first security guard was dumbfounded and called his supervisor for help. I had 3 more security guards respond very quickly. Again, I asked, why can't I hold up my Remember, this is a company, they used to have girls flashing their tits in the crowd, and they would shoot close-ups. Why can't I hold up my wrestling sign that doesn't violate the fan code of conduct? His response off the radio was, the WWE doesn't want to see that sign. If we see it up again, we can escort you out. I did know that WWE does hold the ability to do that in the terms and conditions fine print on every ticket, so I just let him take my sign instead of fighting it anymore. The entire interaction happened quickly, I would guess under 3 minutes. The sign was gone before Chad Gable came out to cut his promo. It was very clear WWE did not want the Justice for Leroy sign to appear, and they moved quickly to make sure it didn't happen. Somebody else at a different WWE show can attempt it, but I don't think they would get any different result. You could try this at an AEW show, but that would mean you would have to actually watch AEW wrestling to do so. So it doesn't look like Leroy's going to get any justice, Brian.
And AEW has been jumping all over signs ever since everything went down with Punk, so good luck. That's why you never see any Punk stuff. It's not because no one brings it. It's because they confiscate it. It turns out, Leroy was arrested, and I think it was a little over a year he spent in jail, and they let him go for the fact that he was a kindly old man at this point in his life, and even the victim's family said so. But it turns out it's more about justice for Leroy than it is justice for Leroy. It's justice to get that sign up. Now I think, at first I thought it was a bad idea. Now I think we should be determined.
Now you think it's a principle of the thing.
Now we got to get that fucking thing on. I want that on TV while Paul Levesque's talking. I want a big justice for Leroy just right behind his head.
Oh,
we should do a system where we compensate the fans in some sort of way that isn't illegal, where we could say, if you get it on air, that's like X amount of points. If you get it on air with The Rock, if you get it on air with Triple H, if you get it on air with Punk, if you put it on air with the wrong segment, you lose points.
Punk might carry it in the ring with him.
He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't.
I don't know.
He wouldn't dare. That would be the hill.
I thought they meant Leroy McGurk.
Yeah. See, if got to do it in Oklahoma. That's the trick.
Got to do it. No, Here's the thing: Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Springfield, Missouri. Huh?
Yeah.
So any of the, as a matter of fact, you could go so far as to say the old Louisiana territory if you went back far enough. So Leroy McGurk is a fine and his daughter Mike McGurk worked as a ring announcer for the WWE, justice for Leroy and Mike.
Well,
but it would.
Good luck anyone getting on the air. Like we said, get in touch if you do. And also, if CM Punk gets in the ring with that thing, there's no chance of that. So let's not even pretend. But
all right,
I want to see that thing on the air though. What Triple H is talking.
Is there any wrestler today whose real name is Leroy?
When was the last time a child was named Leroy? That's like one of those names.
Stacy has an uncle named Leroy.
How old is he?
He's goddamn so old. He's fucking been dead for 3 years.
There you go.
Nobody told him yet. They're afraid to.
Other than Leroy McGurk. Leroy Brown. Bad Leroy Brown.
Well, he was the baddest man in the whole damn town. But the thing is, he's old. He would be old too now if he was still around. So it's not a young man's name.
Isn't there the story like in 1988 there was like a fan get together and they started reading down the list of people who had died in 88 and it was like Bruiser, Brody, bad,
yeah,
Leroy Brown. But anyway, he's not in the Hall of Fame, so justice for Leroy.
But now wait a minute, do you remember, by the way, what Junkyard Dog's name was the brief period of time, and what was it, maybe late 77, 78, Scott Teal would know when he worked for Nick Goulas before he went to work for Bill Watts.
Leroy Rochester.
Leroy Rochester, the most... 1978 would have been 40 years since Nick Goulas and Roy Welch had started the Nashville booking office, and Roy was dead at that point, but Nick was still around, and that was the natural thing that he thought to do was name a black man Leroy Rochester. He was not only going for the Leroy stereotype, but also the Eddie Rochester Anderson, just to make sure to connect with the only black human being that his fucking age group was aware of at that point. And I'm surprised he didn't have him driving to the ring in a fucking Maxwell. But anyway, Dog went from, what was it, Sylvester Ritter to Big Daddy Ritter to Leroy Rochester to the Junkyard Dog. And so that's like almost a half a dozen crummy gimmicks in one place or another before he finally struck gold with that. Where were we going there?
Oh, this is your show. We were talking about justice for Leroy.
Oh, well, there was...
And you were trying to think of other famous Leroys.
Other famous Leroys. Well, and we've established there wasn't that many. But here's somebody else. See if you can follow along with this email from Joseph, who I suppose he is from Australia. Maybe he doesn't live there anymore, but he's talking about it from years ago. But see how long it takes you to figure out who he's talking about, and then we'll talk about that person. He sent me this email. He said, in 1971, WCW of Australia, Jim Barnett's promotion, right? There was a manager called the Warlord who wore a silver combat helmet and talked like a beatnik.
Oh, Big Bad John.
Exactly. And I'll read the rest of this because it's short and then we'll talk about it. But he said, I saw him in a 6-man tag between the Graham brothers, Mario something French, I forget. I think Mario Milano, he was Italian.
The biggest star they had.
Yeah, and Haystacks Calhoun, Abdullah the Butcher, and possibly Killer Carl Cox. Basically, those are all the big stars of that era of WCW. But he says, today, when you search for the Warlord, all you get is the info on the Warlord of the 1980s. Do you know anything about this manager? And I can see what he's probably getting, Joseph, here, is that at some points when Big Bad John was the leader of his army, he would say, I am the Warlord. But he wasn't officially ever advertised or billed as the Warlord. So that's where the confusion came in, and I got a tickle out of it. But that started me thinking about, I don't know how long it's been. We've talked about him in the past, but we're coming up on 2026, one more year, which will be the, what do they call that fucking anniversary? Remember when the bicentennial came? 200 years is a bicentennial. What's 250 years? They have a fancy name for that?
I don't know.
Well, you could Google it if you cared enough.
I could have if I had more than a second.
You could
said, "What is it? Tell me now."
You could help me because I'm a COVID survivor. But anyway, Big Bad John, for those of you who haven't heard us talk about him in the past, it was a unique guy in the wrestling business. And you know what? We should have thought of this, Brian, when we talked recently about what managers have been bigger than the boys. Like, Dallas Page, Gary Hart, blah, blah, blah. But Big Bad John was kind of a unique case in that he broke in as a wrestler. And he was like 6'5" or 6 legitimately, and 325 or 30 pounds, and most of it belly. I mean, he had some stork-like legs. And he looked like a Hell's Angel, his long black hair and long black beard. And he wore, when he was a heel, he wore black tights and black trunks and a black top with the double over the shoulder thing. And he would wear the helmet was a combat helmet, not a Nazi World War II Germany helmet, but what are they called? Did they have the Iron Cross in World War I? Baron von Richthofen, you would think, would wear this silver combat helmet with a goddamn thing sticking up on the top of it, Brian, if you know anything more about it than I do. And apparently you don't. Either that or you're on mute. Now we know you're on mute.
It was a bit of both.
Okay.
I didn't know, and I was on mute. And now you're getting a revenge muting. I could tell.
I was coughing. I'm a survivor. But anyway, and at various points, he looked like he was in a motorcycle gang. And he did have this, wartime paraphernalia about him. So he looked like $1 million, right? As big as he was, with this mean look and the size and the promo that he was legitimately, if he wasn't the best promo in professional wrestling in late 60s, early 70s, then he was top 5. I mean, it was insane. And he had his complete own unique style. And the problem was his work was so fucking horrible that to take advantage of the way that he could cut a promo and the way he looked, they made him a manager. And Barnett made a lot of money over there with him as the leader of Big Bad John's army and fighting all the top baby faces. It was like an NWO in 1969 or whatever. But then he had always been in and out of the Memphis territory. And Jerry Jarrett had booked him in Memphis itself when he was booking Memphis while the whole thing was still owned by Goulas and Welch. And had done the same thing. It started using him as a top heel wrestler, and then kind of like it would have single matches with Big Bad John with stipulations. But Jerry Jarrett was 5'10" and 200 pounds then, 198. And John was so big, but he was so unbelievable as a wrestler. But he could get heat with the talking, and they do all kinds of bullshit, and then John would always get a tag team partner, and they'd do a tag team thing.
I have some audio if you want me to play some.
Go ahead. I want people to hear this fucking guy.
Now, this may not be him wearing the helmet and yelling as the warlord, but this is something I've always been fascinated by because he's able to grab the audience, and what he does 99% of this promo is repeat what he says a second time
Yes.
more dramatically.
Yes.
But here is Lance Russell with superstar Bill Dundee and the bicentennial baby.
There you go. This is where I was going anyway.
Big Bad John.
Yeah, Dundee over the belt. Had to bring these out here because, by golly, I want to tell you, we want to take the opportunity to congratulate Dundee.
Thank you very much. Like Big John said, they don't belong to us. They belong to all you good people out there.
That's it.
Now,
All our brothers and sisters.
we hope you don't mind. We accept the return championship match with the Bush-Ape and Roger Nature Boy Kirby. Hope you don't mind, but they ain't going to go nowhere. We're keeping them. Let me tell you something else. We're going to have to win one more belt someplace to get it to fit because we put them both together and they won't go around the baby's midriff.
Well, John, it was a big victory in there, and the fans were really tickled to death. And for those of you who do not know, last Monday night down at the Coliseum, the bicentennial baby and Billy the Superstar came flying through and took the Southern Tag Team belts away from Kirby and David Schultz. And you are coming right back with a return match. You're not
Lance, hey, ain't nobody out here to play. Ain't nobody out here to play, and we do expect everybody to get in the ring to be able to pay. Get the dues together. Get the dues together, baby, because I'm going to tell you, we told you we're winning the belts for the people of Memphis. For the people of Memphis. Now, you people right here are the tag team champions. Y'all are the champions. Y'all are the champions. Now, I know y'all don't want to be fluffy. I don't want you to be itchy-fied because we're going to put them right back up and we're going to meet all comers. From a pound to a ton, we don't care what their race, creed, color, reputation, or how tough they are. Or how big a turkey as they get to be, or how much, now, I got to control it. There's a big old dude that has a partner named Jerry Lawler. The big old plowboy, he got his plow and his team of mules out there, and he furrowing down these rows. Well, I'm going to tell you something, plowboy. I have an open challenge. We done told you about that. And all I want you to do is get your stuff together. Get your stuff together, and if the plowboy and Jerry Lawler want a challenge for the Southern Heavyweight Tag Team belts, we ain't gonna be long. We got one match scheduled, which is back with Kirby and with Schultz. They want a return match, we're gonna give it to them. Dead gonna give it to them. But now, as soon as we get through with them, if Jerry Lawler wants a piece of my body, piece of my soul, I want you to come and get it, baby. I want you to come to me and the Superstar. You know something? In Jackson, Tennessee, Thursday night, the bicentennial baby and the Superstar is going to be there in the same corner together. Now, our opponents down there, I want you to get it together. Get it together, baby, and bring all you got. Reach down deep in your soul. Get down in your pocket and get it together. Get it together, baby. It got wild and furious last time. Ain't no telling what's gonna happen this time. In Trenton, Tennessee tonight. The Superstar and the bicentennial baby gonna be there getting it. And you know something? What we told you, we got an open challenge to anybody. So the ones that crawl in the ring with us tonight, may the good Lord have mercy on their soul, because their bodies belong to me and the Superstar.
Now, one other little thing, Lance.
Well, let me stop it there before Bill Dundee.
Stop it before Dundee ruins it.
Lance Russell's wearing the bicentennial visor on his head during this promo. Bill Dundee does not look comfortable as Big Bad John randomly just puts his arm around him at times and leans in, but what an intense... It's almost like Jake Roberts
Yes, and at the same time, with John, he could go over the top and be the heel screaming, and you would believe that too, because he looked like a maniac. And by the way, the Schultz that they're talking about, what they did was Dundee had just switched babyface a few months beforehand. He and George Barnes had come to the territory as heels from Australia. And when they got over like crazy, but Barnes wanted to go back home, so Dundee as a single was kind of floating. But Teeny went and told Jerry Jarrett, said, "You've got to do something with that boy. The girls love him." And he switched him babyface. He became the second biggest babyface in the territory behind Lawler for the next 20 years. Anyway, so they bring in Big Bad John, and he can talk, and he looks like that. And now he's come up with this fucking gimmick because it's January 1976. It's the bicentennial. It's in all the news. That's all people are talking about. 200 years. And so he's in a red, white, and blue Uncle Sam inspired outfit instead of the black and the German army helmets and whatever. He looks like Apollo Creed, complete with the red, white, and blue top hat, right? And he even had pictures taken with his little puppy poodle. I think Scott Teal may have shown, might have been Mike Shields, with this little puppy poodle, and you know, the whole thing completely opposite of this chain gang biker motherfucker. And he became the bicentennial baby. Big John, not bad. The bad was gone. And I've seen the light. I've seen the light, Lance Russell. I'm the bicentennial baby. I love the people.
It's Jake when he found religion.
Yes, and it lasted. And at this time, I'm watching the TV live when it's going on, and they were here in Louisville, and Big Bad John, or Big John, was my favorite wrestler for like 9 weeks. And then whatever happened with him that always happened whenever he went somewhere, because remember, he's the one that we believe, as best stories have said, was found stabbed in his bathtub. All of a sudden he was gone, and he never came fucking back. But it was great while it lasted. And what they were doing there was they'd put the belts on Dundee and Big John, so Big John could talk and had the gimmick, and Dundee could actually have the match. And they beat David Schultz and
Roger Kirby.
Nature Boy Roger Kirby. And they were going into a program with Jerry Lawler, who was still a heel at the time, and had his partner Plowboy Frazier, who we've mentioned many times, the male refrigerator Jacks.
Oh my
Frazier,
God! What about when he worked with Big Bad John? What was that like?
Well, that's the thing. It was fucking great.
Really?
It was fucking good. The tag matches. They never had the single match. Frazier was 6'10". They said 7 feet, but 6'10" legitimately, and 425 pounds all day long, with the fucking giant belly. But Lawler had established Frazier as this big, giant fucking hillbilly powerhouse that would do whatever to people for him. And as long as Frazier could throw the punch, which he could, and drop that fucking leg, which looked like it killed you, and squash you in the corner, that was it, right? And then later on, when Frazier turned babyface on Lawler, then Lawler is taking backdrops for him, and he looked like the greatest wrestler in the world. But meanwhile, you've got Lawler and Dundee for the first time on opposite sides of the ring to have the match, and you've got the selling point is these two giant fucking fat behemoths, and one of them on the giant fat behemoth on the babyface side can talk. You heard the people fucking popping when he just laughed. And he, you know, the other side had Jerry Lawler, who was talking for the heels. So the tag matches worked. And Big Bad John did one. I don't know that this survives on tape or not. But when they did the first match, then John came out the second week, and he said on TV, he said about his showdown in the ring in the match with Plowboy, he said, "Face to face, we've faced each other, stuck out our bellies and run at each other. And when the crash came and the dust fell. Tiny Frazier, the big man, was killed. But on his grave was written these words, below this stone, Jerry Lawler lurks. You hear me what I'm telling you, Lance? And it just, but the look was insane of this fucking human. Nobody looks like that anymore. John Tenta, if he hadn't been quite as big and looked mean in the face, but he couldn't talk like this.
Again, even to go back to the Jake Roberts comparison, if Jake had a big pot belly in the 80s, a little bit, because he's like a big, tall guy, no big arms.
But also, if you were at central casting and you said facially from the top of his head to the middle of his chest, get me the nation's head Hell's Angel. That's Big Bad John, right?
Well, you know what? Before we wrap things up, because this is rather short, just for comparison's sake, this is from Australia, 1973 World Championship Wrestling, Big Bad John.
Another one of your men, another one of your robots, another one of your vultures.
You know something? I guess everybody just don't listen to what I say. I know Mark Lewin has a little trouble understanding me. You know something? I've issued a challenge out here for 2 weeks in a row. I'm saying Mark Lewin. Mark Lewin, Abdullah has challenged you. And Lewin, his usual cowardly self, ain't nowhere around. Lewin's in hiding. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Lewin. You better stay in hiding because you never know where Abdullah's going to come from. He might be dressed as a spectator sitting in the crowd. He liable to be up over the ring, tied up in one of these things, dropping down on you somewhere. So you never know where you're going to come from. But one thing you can put in your book, mark it down good, he is going to be there. Sometime or another, he's going to drop in and pay you a visit, Lewin. I don't care what you do, where you go, or how you carry yourself, you still got to come in this ring. When you come in the ring, Abdullah might be in there with you. So don't be a coward, Lewin. Go ahead and fess up to yourself, boy. Get down and say, yes, I'll take a match with Abdullah the Butcher. Those are the words I want to hear.
Oh, you'll hear them, Big Bad John, and you can rest assured that whenever that happens, we'll all be there right behind Mark Lewin. And that's something I'm waiting to see. And the news, of course, you heard about it, of Jack Briscoe, the new world heavyweight champion who won his title against Harley Rice in Houston in front of 47,000 people. And what a...
Well, hold on now. Hold on. I hate to say that ain't right, but that ain't right. 47,000 people.
Oh, God damn it. And help me, the commentator.
It's not Lord Layton, but
no, but this was 1973. Barnett had sold, and who was doing it at that point?
Barnett's still...
Was Barnett still there, or is he he's about to sell? And
yeah, by the end of the year, Barnett's out.
That's right. But God, point being, well, the people in Australia had no way of knowing that there were 47,000 people in Houston to see that title match that happened. But yeah, that's a thing. And also, if you see the video, and if John had an aura about him that you could see he was threatening you personally. You felt like he believed everything he was saying because it was so effortless, and with that look that he had in that face that he had. So that's enough to give you nightmares, wasn't it, Brian?
It was enough to give me nightmares.
Well, in that case,
me nightmares.
You know what you need, don't you?
I know what I need.
You need a better night's sleep.
Better night's sleep.
See, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Last has told me many times that he sleeps like a baby. He wakes up once an hour crying and screaming and pissing a bed.
Hey.
And that's not any good. You don't want to sleep like babies, ladies and gentlemen. You want to sleep the sleep of the angels. You want to sleep like like you're in the bowels of the clouds. Have you ever been in a cloud's bowel, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know if that's how clouds work. I don't think there's a bowel of the cloud.
Well, there's got to be some type of apparatus to handle that, even for clouds. But nevertheless, if whatever you want to be stuffed up the ass end of, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be as comfortable as you've ever been up the ass end of anything if you're laying on a Helix Sleep mattress. I think I can say that without fear of contradiction. Can I not, Brian?
Helix Sleep mattresses, of course, very, very comfortable, and you get to pick what you get. You get to pick exactly the kind of mattress that's perfect for you.
Yes, so you don't have to be stuffing anything up anyone's orifices. You can go with one of the standard kind. They'll cater to all tastes and wishes, but you can stick to the standard mattress that just lays there if you don't want anything too responsive. And it just depends on whether you're a giant fat person or a 9-foot freak on a sideshow, or whether your children need to be in some fashion given special treatment while they sleep because they have night terrors because of the problems between you and your ex-wife. We don't want to fucking protrude in that, but
no, let's just talk about a good night's sleep that anyone can have, no matter how wonderful and uplifting your day is or isn't, with Helix Sleep.
Well, you can be uplifted or downvoted, but everybody's voting for the Helix Sleep mattresses. You go to helixsleep.com. That's HELIX sleep.com. And as we mentioned so many times, because they're our friends, they got a mattress for everybody. They'll heat you up. They'll cool you down. They got the mattress for you. They got the mattress for you. They got the mattress for you. And you just pick out, you just tell them how you like to sleep, and then they tell you, well, we got these mattresses, and you say, well, I'd like you to send me one, and they say, well, we'd like you to send some money, and you do, and they do, and it arrives at your home, and you unbox it right where it lays, and poof, it's not dangerous in any way. It doesn't explode into your face like some kind of airbag catastrophe off of a Tesla or whatever. It just kind of becomes larger over a period of not too long. And then you lay on it or do anything else you want to on it. You can eat, you can sleep, you can make it to whoopee. And regardless of whether you're Mr. Whoopee or Mrs. Whoopee.
Mr. Whoopee.
You know, one of you at least is going to like it. Helix does have a mattress that's guaranteed where one of you will enjoy the sexual relations.
Mr. Whoopee was the man giving all that advice to Tennessee Tuxedo and Chumley, wasn't he?
He certainly was, and he didn't get where he was at that point by sleeping on a fucking pile of rocks. So that you got that, you've just proved my point.
I guess I have. I guess so.
Well, in that case, I'll let everybody in on how they can do this type of thing. Whoopee! You can go to, and by the way, if you don't do that, you can do that. Go to helixsleep.com/JCE right now, helixsleep.com/JCE. And check out these fine products, and then be aware that you are going to get 25% off site-wide and 2 free dream pillows with any mattress purchase. Now, that's up until January the 12th. January 13th, if you wait even that long, you're going to lose 5%, then you're only going to get 20% off. So that's something you got to consider. And that would be for 3 more days. But nevertheless, the point I'm making is right now you're going to get a big discount and a couple of free pillows if you'll shut your mouth and just get on the internet and just order you a new mattress instead of that stinky, wine-soaked, potentially urine-contaminated, if you've got kids or a pet, you can't say it's never happened, thing that you've got laying on your bed frame right now, and get something clean that smells nice. And maybe then the whoopee would be more advantageous. helixsleep.com/JCE.
That's right, Helix Sleep. And you know what, Jim? And I'm sure this will sound completely natural. I believe you said you had another email earlier that we were following up on, if I recall correctly.
Yes, well, if you recall correct, if memory serves me, Kobayashi. Did you ever watch Iron Chef, the original one, not the The white
Years
people
ago.
that screwed it all up. Yeah, it was very thrilling.
I was more of a frugal gourmet kind of guy.
Well, the problem with those frugals is since they became environmentally protected, you can't kill them and sell them as cheap as you used to. Anyway, I got an email from Erica, who not only brings up some information that we were grasping for and didn't have, but also, again, puts an end to the rumor that we have no female listeners. And Erica was mentioning, well, she says, hi, Jim and Brian, and she didn't even put you in parentheses, so you're stepping up in the world. I was listening to the experience while baking Christmas treats and heard Brian mention a cult he couldn't think of the name of. Remember, I don't even know what brought it up, but you were talking about a few weeks ago on the program, well, before our Christmas break, you were talking about some cult or other.
Well, you said something that triggered me asking if you remembered about Hail Bop or Haley Bop. I forget exactly what it is.
Okay. I think Bop by the Hanson brothers is what I was thinking of, but you got the
Haley Mills or Haley Mills. I'm not sure, one or the other.
Haley Mill, possibly. John Mills was a heck of an actor in his time, also. But the cult that he was thinking of is Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate is the cult, not Hail Bop. But hold on, we're going to get some details here.
When you hear Heaven's Gate, do you think of the cult or the movie?
Well, actually, they probably spent more money on the movie.
Oh, I'm sure they did. I guarantee you they spent more money on that movie.
But the cult story may be a little bit more gripping. And probably if they'd have made a Heaven's Gate movie about the Heaven's Gate cult, they'd have made their money back. Listen to this now. This is the story of the cult. Marshall Applewhite believed that he was one of the entities known as the Watcher mentioned in the Bible. I thought he was mentioned in the Silver Surfer and the Fantastic Four comics. But Marshall Applewhite...
Why did he believe this? What made him just all of a sudden think, hey, they're talking about me in this book?
Well, we don't have that much information now. I assume people can Google to get deeper, but we're going to take Marshall at his word that he's one of the entities known as the Watcher mentioned in the Bible, and that the Watchers were actually aliens, and that Marshall and his female partner were immortal. But when she died, he had to adjust his doctrine. So then...
Yeah, I guess so. I guess if your whole doctrine is we're immortal and then one of you dies, shit.
Well, no, see, now we're kicking this son of a bitch up a notch now, Brian. Now we're getting to the next level. Level up. See, that was just for the mortal plane. He then said that to ascend to a different consciousness, and he had to jump some barrels and climb up a ladder. No. To ascend to a different consciousness, followers had to be asexual and follow a simplistic lifestyle.
Oh, shit. I just realized there are members of the wrestling media that are part of this fucking cult.
Well, and this may be a problem that we're going to see some more signs here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you detect some simpletons that are asexual, they could be a member of the wrestling media. But the simplistic lifestyle apparently included even convincing several of his male followers.
That Tony Khan could book. Oh.
I don't think he could have convinced them of that. I mean, we can't get that can't be completely preposterous here. But he did convince several of his male followers to go down to Mexico and get castrated with him.
Oh.
Hey guys, come on, let's go down to Cancun. We'll have some laughs, couple of drinks on the beach, and I know this doctor.
How do you start that conversation?
Well, this revelation that he had about him and the boys needing to go down and lose the boys down in Mexico, it came after Applewhite had gotten in hot water over homosexual activity that his followers apparently found out about.
So he got in hot water with his followers over The alleged homosexual activity?
First he was saying that you only had to have sex with the female because he had a female and they were immortal. But when the female died, then you weren't supposed to have sex with anybody. But then they found out he was having sex with a guy. And he said, oh, no, we got to go.
Yeah, but that
gotta cut this shit right off at the root.
How did it become we? I can understand, okay, in your crazy eyes, cult members, I've done wrong. So I will cut off my cock and balls to show you my commitment. How did it turn into, and these guys are coming with me?
Well, because if he can't have them, nobody should. See? And then here's where Haley Bop comes in. When the Hale Bop comet came, Applewhite told his followers that their fallen leader, who he called Ty, T-I, Ty, was driving the comet. I thought he's the one that invented Beanie Babies. Maybe both the same. But Ty was driving the comet. And to get on board to go to paradise, they had to shed their mortal form. So that's where the big suicide thing is. This guy got people to cut off their nuts and kill themselves by claiming that he was an immortal alien that had to kill himself to not die.
And someone heard that and said, yeah, that's reasonable. I'll follow him.
Well, there are, Erica concludes, there are still a small number of devotees to the Heaven's Gate philosophy, and the website was still up and running as of a couple of years ago.
Due to trademark issues, they can't call themselves Heaven's Gate. They're just the cockless.
Right here. Some people...
You know, and guys like that ruin it for the other aliens here on this planet trying to save civilization.
Well, you know, but the thing is, the aliens ruined it for themselves but their thumb and their forefinger is webbed, and every time you kill them, they fucking disintegrate into a red light and disappear.
Do you think there are aliens?
Well, yes. I mean, for example, look at the fucking... You can't tell me that the human race got this ignorant and this hateful and this spiteful and this antisocial and all the other qualities that it has without some type of interference from greater powers from above. Normal human beings would have figured out how to live together peacefully by now with all the advancements we've made. No, I definitely believe that there is some alien power dumbing down the population. And the center is probably Springfield, Missouri, because it radiates through the United States first.
All right, this is a new theory we have not heard before.
Well, it's something I'm following closely on Facebook. There's a lot of people talking about it on Facebook. I'll let you know more about it as soon as, you can't trust the real news outlets. You have to go to the source where the people are talking freely. And you know where this is going, Brian. This is something that happened over Christmas. And before we get to the wrestling, real quick, I ain't going to spend a lot of time on it. But if we would have been all over this, had we not been in the middle of our break, but it was on all the news here in the United States, folks, for our listeners around the world, I may be educating you on something for the first time, but everybody in the United States knows this happened. And maybe they try to do it over Christmas thinking that people would be looking the other way. But, there's a similar cult situation that we have here in the United States that has taken hold, where basically a large number of the population has been convinced to cut their own nuts off to spite the rational, reasonable half's face. And we have a new incoming administration. And the head honcho of that new incoming enterprise, the guy that got elected, he gets to pick who all of the big shots are in the cabinet and in the government positions. It's running all the various departments and everything. Well, he gets to nominate, and then Congress, who's also controlled by his enablers and stooges and sycophants, most of them, they get to vote on it. And that's why we're going to have the biggest bunch of shysters and misfits and miscreants and stooges ever before running the various important branches of government that keeps the goddamn world running. But anyway, Brian, you know, we got to talk about our friend, your friend and mine, Matt Gaetz. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're
For the record, he's not my friend. I'm not friends with Matt Gaetz. I would never be.
Oh, he's gotten friendly with everybody, come to find out now. Matt Gaetz is one of these crackpot, maggot, right-wing, they wholly support this foolishness. He's been in Congress for a few years now. He looks like, Brian, am I exaggerating? His facially, he resembles a Beavis and Butthead character.
Yeah, I mean, that's the joke people make, and then you see it when you see him.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean,
and
it's
you can't,
not outrageous to say that, no.
You cannot see it. And he's been the big Trump sucker, one of them. And so Trump got in trouble before because he had an attorney general. The attorney general is the head of the Department of Justice. He's the #1 law enforcement officer in the country. But he had a couple of attorney generals before that didn't particularly want to go to prison by doing shit he wanted them to do, and they fucking argued with him. And so, you know, there was big trouble there. So he figured this time, since the whole reason I ran for president was to not go to fucking prison, I'm going to nominate for the attorney general some goof that will do anything that I say, no matter how illegal or improper. And he nominates Matt Gaetz. And again, for those of you around the world, it might be helpful for you to know that Matt Gaetz was already under investigation. Not by the Democrats, by his own fucking people, for various improprieties in office, which we'll get to here in a second. It's not like this came out after the nomination. They were already doing it. They'd already been doing it. People have been talking about the investigation on the news, for fuck's sake. If you turn on the TV or read anything, except for the one house organ of their little cult, you would know that. And old Donnie Dipshit apparently thought that he just had enough pull to get this done anyway. But even his own people, even the Republicans, they, oh no, because they all hate this guy too. And he resigned from Congress so that would stop their ethics investigation once that he got the nomination, thinking he'll just hop into attorney general. And then they say, oh, fuck no, we're not going to vote for you anyway, his own people. And then they released the ethics investigation report anyway. And while in office, I believe I heard the phrase at one point, the best and the brightest. The guy that President Schittler wanted to be the top law enforcement official in the United States of America had spent tens of thousands of dollars while in office paying women for sex and drugs. He was on cocaine and ecstasy while performing his official duties. And one of the women that he paid, come to find out this was one of the sticky parts, wasn't a woman. It was a 17-year-old girl. The top law enforcement officer in the country, if the Mango Mussolini had his way, would be a guy that paid money to a minor for sex. While in office, the attorney general is supposed to reduce the crime rate, but not because when you make him attorney general, that was the guy committing most of the crime. So I just wanted to, that might make YouTube, Brian, what I just said, because all that stuff made every other news outlet in the known universe. But I just want to keep everybody up to date. We talked about Linda McMahon being the head of the Department of Education until they abolish that because they want a stupid populace. Whenever any of these things that we all predicted was going to happen happens, we should notate it because we're all in this together. And I will be more than happy with a smile on my face to bring up whenever another part of our lives is at risk of being completely fucked up beyond recognition because some dipshit criminal is in charge of the country. But would you like to move on to what's going on in February, Brian?
Back to the talk.
I can't tell you yet what's going on in February, but I'm going to tell you next week. See, that's a way to build suspense.
Bullshit. That's nonsense. What is that?
Well, no, because here's the thing with JimCornette.com and Cornette's Collectibles, we had a successful holiday season, and all of the people will be happy to know that if you ordered anything over the Christmas break when I was sick at death's door and the feather bottoms were commingling with each other and their elves, everything that's been ordered through January the 2nd has been signed and processed and handed off to the feather bottoms by the January the 9th. We're only a week behind now. Boom. And they're going to be shipping that shit out as quickly as the shit can be shipped. And in February, another one of these big concepts that Hotchkiss Featherbottom came up with, Brian, the sale, where we actually reduce the price of an item. I'd never thought of something like that before, but it was so successful that we plan to do it again. And there's a big sale upcoming in February, and the details will be revealed to the fine folks next week. And no matter how much you badger me, I'm not going to spill the beans. No. Stop now. Quit it.
All
Just
right.
stop.
JimCornette.com, Cornette's Collectibles.
Quit badgering.
Just stop now.
Just stop and quit badgering. You're not getting advance information quickly.
About the sale?
About the big sale coming up in the month of February at JimCornette.com, where you're going to be able to save money on items that you can then keep.
The items and extra money, you're saying?
No, they got to send the money, but they can save some money while sending the other money, and then they get to keep the item.
And the extra money they saved.
Well, if you want to look at it that way, I'll look at it more like they're sending me money.
I'm on the side of the consumer. I'm on the side of the consumer.
Well, see, I'm on the side of the consumer too, because they're sending me money, but not as much.
That's the other side. That's not on the side of the consumer. You're literally on the other side. You're receiving the money.
Well, you're saying I'm catching instead of pitching?
I'm saying that side of Cornette Creek is only receiving the money. So you're not with the people.
Well, you know, that's what caused the Hatfield and the McCoy feud. They were on opposite sides of the fucking river. So I'm hearing, Brian, if you have the information, that the attendance over at the Tokyo Dome festivities for their doubleheader this year, January 4th and the 5th, it was, well, in the words of Tony Gurria, to paraphrase him, when they tackled Doink the Clown in Philadelphia, the crowd was down.
Oh boy, was it. And remember, it's 2 nights, because the tagline is 2 days to move the world.
2 days to get the fuck out of here.
And of course, that's Wrestle Kingdom 19 and Wrestle Dynasty. Let's go to Wrestle Kingdom 19. It's the 19th kingdom of wrestling at the Tokyo Dome. This is the annual
another 19th nervous breakdown.
This is the annual January 4th event, of course, that preceded the Wrestle Kingdom name. It is the traditional big show of the year in Japan.
Yeah, and let's be fair, they've been doing this for years and years, going back to the, late 80s and early 90s when the business got big enough over there to do Tokyo Dome spectaculars, and they've had waves of success and they've had the valleys as well as the peaks over the years where the product was hot and was not and was in the middle. And they got flummoxed with COVID. But theoretically and traditionally, January 4th is their biggest show of the year. Over the past couple years, they've split it up and done a couple of them around the pandemic. And this one was not the most impressive. Somebody out there is going to say, well, you draw that many people on 2 nights in a row in the same stadium. Well, one of the biggest cities in the fucking world, let's take a shot at it, but it's not been as impressive as the benchmark they have set in the past for themselves.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself, actually, if WWE ran the Tokyo Dome right now, how much would they be able to draw? It would probably be bigger than this. This was 24,107 people, as currently reported, for night 1 of Wrestle Kingdom 19. Here's the card. Hiroki Goto won the New Japan Rambo, which I don't know what that is. Hold on. New Japan Rambo is a battle royal. He won a battle royal by eliminating the Great Okan in a 4-way Tokyo Terror ladder match.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's happened there too. Has Tony poisoned them?
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can look at for the downfall of Japanese wrestling, a lot of things outside of their control, and a lot of things that are directly the American influence on Japan. Used to be the other way. But the Tokyo Terror ladder match for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Championship, the Ichiban Sweet Boys, Robbie Eagles, and...
Wait a minute, what's that noise I hear? Antonio Inoki is turning in his grave and his chin is making a tsunami.
The Ichiban Sweet Boys of Robbie Eagles and Kosei Fujita defeated the Intergalactic Jet Setters...
Oh, Christ on a cracker.
...of Kevin Knight and Kushida, and also defeated in the same match, it says Catch 2-2. I don't know if it's supposed to be Catch 22. Catch 2-2, TJP and Francesco Akira.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And Bullet Club War Dogs.
God damn it.
Of Clark Connors and Drilla Maloney.
Well, I wondered where Clark Connors was, but what's his partner's name?
Drilla Maloney. I don't know why they got me.
Because he's a driller!
Well, the next match, Jim, and again, things that are different now than they were 34 years ago when this tradition started on January 4th. For the IWGP Women's Championship, Mayu Iwatani defeated either AZM or AZM. I believe it's AZM, but I'm not certain, so it could be AZM. 8 minutes, 45 seconds.
Oh, well, thank you for supplying that detail.
In a 4-way match for the New Japan Pro Wrestling World Television Championship, El Phantasmo defeated Ren Narita, Jeff Cobb, and Ryohei Oiwa with Hartley Jackson. 10 minutes, 1 second.
Well, how in the world did anybody accompanied by Hartley Jackson lose?
In a lumberjack death match.
Do they actually have lumberjacks in Japan?
The lumberjacks were Toruyanu, Oleg Bolton, Tiger Mask. Poor Tiger Mask. Even though it's not the original, poor Tiger Mask. Master Watto, Dick Togo, Show.
Dick Togo is still working.
Well, he at least as a lumberjack. Show, Yujiro Takahashi, and Yoshinobu Kanemaru. And in that match, Hiroshi Tanahashi defeated Evil. 15 minutes, 7 seconds.
Just the concept of it? Is there now going to be only good and no evil left in the world?
Apparently next month he's taking on Jealousy. We'll see what happens there. It's a winner-takes-all match for the Never Openweight Championship.
Wait a minute, it's the winner takes all, but you never get the belt?
Well, it's for both the Never Openweight Championship and the AEW International Championship. Konosuke Takeshita, with Don Callis, defeated Shingo Takagi, 12 minutes, 46 seconds. So he is now also the Never Openweight Champion.
You know what? They ought to be turning cartwheels that they drew 24,000 people for this show so far.
Well, Jim, the next match for the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship, El Desperado defeated Doki, If that's how you pronounce it, I apologize.
Well, no, it's gotta be. It's gotta be Dookie. Does it have to be Dookie or Dookie?
Listen, Douki. How do you pronounce it?
D-O-U, that's Dookie.
He defeated Dookie. El Desperado defeated Dookie. The Tokyo Dome.
Okay, think of Douche. Shh.
All right, well, that was
Dookie.
only 5 minutes and 20 seconds. It was a little Duke.
But it was a lot of Dookie.
In a singles match for the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship.
What the fuck? They've done the same thing to them that they have over here. They've killed their own fucking golden gooses. This is meaningless gibberish.
Oh, and by the way, Dookie lost the championship to El Desperado in that previous match. And in this match, Yota Tsuji defeated David Finlay for the championship. 2 more big matches on the Big Tokyo Dome show. Tetsuya Naito defeated Hiromu Takahashi, 17 minutes, 4 seconds. And finally, the main event for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. Zack Sabre Jr., the champion.
Oh, good Lord.
With Hartley Jackson, Kosai Fujita, Robbie Eagles, and Ryohei Oiwa, defeated Shoto Umino, 43 minutes, 44 seconds.
Boy, I bet you it felt like every single second of it, too, after all that other stuff you just read off.
You know, before we even get to night 2, Japanese wrestling is dead. And obviously, they drew 24,000. You could point to, that's Wembley. Wembley, look at Wembley.
Okay, what was last year?
Hold on. Wrestle Kingdom 18. What was that? Previous year was 18. Let's open this in a separate tab. 27,422.
What was the previous year?
The previous year was 2 nights in 2023. 26,085 night 1. Night 2, 5,533. Is that right? And that was a combined 31,618. And then the previous year to that was
the pandemic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's getting closer to that, but nothing.
Well, but then it didn't go to the year before the pandemic. We're talking, go back 5 years.
Right,
let's look at the 5-year plan, see when AEW was just starting, and let's see where New Japan was in 2019.
All right, let's do these 2. Wrestle Kingdom 14, going backwards, January 4th and 5th, 2020. So really right at the beginning of AEW. Night 1, 40,008.
Oh!
Night 2, 30,063. A combined 70,071 people 2 nights.
Okay, and I forgot 2020, I thought was the pandemic, but it's January, duh. So it was right beforehand. So they did 70,000 people for their 2 nights.
And the main event, night 1, the top matches, Okada defeated Kota Ibushi. Naito defeated Jay White. Hiromu Takahashi defeated Will Ospreay. And Jon Moxley defeated Lance Archer.
So the point is that New Japan was actually able to draw money with some of these fucking guys.
38,000 a year before for 1 night.
And then Tony Khan, being a mark for Japanese wrestling, thinking he could replicate it and that these guys would be that good in a completely different environment, hired all of them and killed Japanese wrestling. And these guys are over here making a fucking lot of money, but not drawing any. And they can't go back over to where they could draw money and draw any for New Japan. So Tony has managed to kill 2 goddamn companies at the same fucking time.
Well, we go now to night 2. Let's talk about night 2.
Well, and that's where I was going, because night 2, the focus was on AEW talent. And whatever you think about, 24,000 people, it's better than fucking almost half that, which they dropped to 16,000 for the New Japan and AEW combined circle jerk.
Technically, it's New Japan, AEW, as well as World Wonder Ring Stardom, CMLL, and Ring of Honor.
Okay, put the blame on them. It can't be New Japan or AEW.
The opening match, an International Women's Cup Final 4-way match. The winner receives a women's championship match from the participating promotion of their choosing. Momo Watanbe defeated Willow Nightingale, Persephone,
Persephone?
and Athena. 11 minutes, 13 seconds. In a tag team bout for the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championship, the champions, the Sons of Texas, Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara, defeated the House of Torture, Sho, and Yoshinobu Kanemaru. 9 minutes and 27 seconds. In an 8-man Lucha Gauntlet match, Taiji Ishimori defeated Hechicero, Kosei Fujita, Soberano Jr., Master Wato, Mascara Dorada, Titan.
Wait a minute, I thought he was a fucking midget.
No, that's Mascarita Sagrada. This is Mascara Sagrada. Or Dorada. Not even Sagrada. This is Dorada.
Oh, what about the Doritos?
Plus Titan and El Desperado, 16 minutes, 23 seconds. In a grappling rules exhibition match, Hiroshi Tanahashi and Katsuyori Shibata ended in a 5-minute draw. That sounds like the biggest ripoff of the fucking night.
Yeah, we come out here and have a friendly shoot with ourselves for 5 minutes for your enjoyment.
In a winner-takes-all match.
Good Lord.
For the Strong Women's Championship and the undisputed British Women's Championship, Mercedes Moné defeated Mina Shirakawa. 14 minutes, 6 seconds.
They are doing the same thing there that they've done here. They're trying to appeal to the smallest group of niche, devoted, diehard fans that would follow these. I mean, again, the Tokyo Dome shows for any company that's run them, as you said, over the last 30-something years. It's been the big major crowds where they were actually using the whole building and putting people in most of it. Inoki's retirement, it was built more like a UFC event where you came to see the main event, the ultimate matchup, or the farewell to the legend, or some major milestone, and it was about the personalities involved and the issues behind these major stars that they had made. And now it's a bunch of meaningless belt after belt after belt drivel with what the fuck? They don't have any stars, so they're going to make up for it by putting 10 times as many people on a fucking card. It's the same thing as here.
Well, we go to our next match, Jim. David Finlay defeated Brody King, 12 minutes, 53 seconds. Followed by Shota Umino defeating Claudio Castagnoli, 14 minutes, 31 seconds.
He's settling a lot of these long-running blood feuds between these individuals.
In a match for the Never Openweight Championship and the AEW International Championship, Konosuke Takeshita defeated Tomohiro Ishii, 13 minutes, 30 seconds. In a 3-way tag team match for the vacant IWGP Tag Team Championship, the Young Bucks defeated the United Empire of Great O'Khan and Jeff Cobb and Los Ingobernables, I can never do this fucking word, comprised of Tetsuya Naito and Hiromu Takahashi, 13 minutes, 46 seconds.
And now, wait a minute, a very important distinction here. You said the tag team title, they never let them win anything but the junior heavyweight tag title in Japan before. But now that their company has been decimated by the company that the Young Bucks are EVPs of, they're trying to make nice by letting them win the grown-up adult
That's exactly what it is.
Title version. Okay.
It's that and it's desperation, because you know what? When Kenny Omega was at his hottest over there was not a Japanese insider in Japan that said the Young Bucks meant shit. They were a part of the Kenny Omega package, but they weren't necessary, and their matches
They were the two little round things dangling off the sides of the Kenny Omega
No,
package.
seriously. I used to talk to people about it.
No, they didn't. Nobody gave a shit about them. It was the same thing as in this country. They put them in the opening matches to do the cartwheels and the train monkey match, the junior heavyweight tag team title.
Well, we then go to the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship. The champion Yota Tsuji defeated Jack Perry. 13 minutes, 12 seconds.
So apparently he's hale and hearty over there in the country of Japan, is our boy Jungle Jack.
Kenny Omega returned and defeated Gabe Kidd in 31 minutes, 55 seconds. I heard really good things about the match, which, again, makes you want to ask, why the fuck did he return on a show that wasn't AEW?
He can come back and go 30 minutes in a match that's in any way well received, and he returns 5,000, 10,000, however many thousand miles away from where the guy that's been paying him millions of dollars to go get his guts fixed is still paying him millions of dollars. Comes out on that TV and hands over a fucking belt and stares at a guy.
And by the way, nothing's been done, obviously, to build to him really coming back in America other than his appearance at the pay-per-view. You have to think they were doing something over there to build to this match. Kenny Omega was on the card in the main event, or in main event positions, when things were better years ago. 16,000 for this card. The last match for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, the champion Zack Sabre Jr. defeated Ricochet by submission.
Boy.
20 minutes, 57 seconds.
Well, it is. Poor Zack Sabre Jr. He was in the main event of both shows, and I'm sorry, the Japanese people, it may not have been recently, but they were used to not only the best in wrestling, but athletes that looked like they could beat the shit out of you, whether it be the days of Inoki and Bruiser Brody or fucking Hansen or goddamn the Funks or Sheik and Abdullah or whoever the fuck, or even their modern day crop. The Q-tip in the main event of 2 nights in the Tokyo Dome in a row? What?
You know, when people talk about, you know, you guys in the territories and people older than you taking the business seriously, who protected their business better than they did over there for years? And look what happened. What happened was the influence of American wrestling on the independents over there, like FMW, then Wing, all these different things. The rise of MMA, and all of a sudden what has always been treated as a very serious sport looked a little different to people. And then it was almost like a merger of wrestling and MMA over there with Pride, with Inoki's involvement with all sorts of stuff. And then New Japan, like, they rebuilt themselves to a point with Okada and Tanahashi. It's stale as could be, and it feels like they're mirroring what AEW is in America more than what traditionally would have worked for a Japanese audience. And if it doesn't work, if this isn't working really well for a Japanese audience now, maybe you should do something different.
Well, but there's resistance to that on either side of the ocean. But when you've got a dome that at one point, the big crowds were what, 60,000? 60 or early 60s?
Give or take, yeah.
So when you've got a stadium that holds 60,000 people and you've got to cut it down to half and then you draw 24 on one night and 16 on the next night, maybe don't run 2 nights anymore just because you used to do it. Do they think it's a embarrassment? If we don't run 2 nights, people will say we're washed up. But what can 16,000 people look like in the Tokyo Dome?
I think New Japan is a mess. I think New Japan is a unmanaged or a mismanaged mess right now. And they've got
and if they get anybody over, then Tony will hire them away because, oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then they'll come over here and not draw any money.
There's not one wrestler they can outcompete Tony on how much he'll offer them. And if you have any dreams of going to the States, it's either that or WWE. And with this, you'll get a whole bunch of money. And Okada seems to be happy.
Wouldn't you be happy for millions of dollars where you barely have to leave your feet when you wrestle and all you have to say in English is bitch?
That's the AWA. Well, that's the update on Japanese wrestling, the big January 4th and 5th Tokyo Dome Spectaculars.
Well, while we're on the subject of AEW, before we get to the big news again this week, the first 3-hour Smackdown and the debut of Raw on the Netflix. We didn't have the Dynamite ratings last week for, what was that? The holiday, it was a New Year's Day. All was quiet on New Year's Day. See, I can hit that note too, like Bono.
Yeah, like Tiny Tim.
They're more like Sonny Bono, but still Bono. But we didn't have
Bono after he hit the tree.
Oh, come on now.
Sound horrible.
Well, you would hurt Cher's feelings with something like that. Do we have the ratings now on the program here as we speak?
We have the overall number. I will double check. I do not believe the quarterly hour breakdown has come in because...
So these son of a bitches almost a week now and they can't get their shit together. Who's running Nielsen these days?
Mr. Nielsen and his kids.
Or is it WrestleNomics? Do we have to knock on Thurston Howell III's mansion door?
I'm not sure if it's a mansion, but overall, AEW Dynamite January 1st, Wednesday night, 8 to 10 p.m. on TBS. 588,000 viewers on average, not counting Max.
Well, now you would say normally up until a few months ago that sucks, but that's right about where they've been. So we asked the question a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about it. Now that they're going to be on Max, if you've got both cable and Max in your house, which one would you watch on? And it seems like from that most people picked cable, doesn't it? Because it's kind of in the pocket of what they've been doing. They're on a whole new platform. Maybe we'll find out. They don't have to tell us. But we were thinking, well, will that affect the number? It didn't at all. And here's something about... Have you tried to find them? I'll thank Stacy for this because she did the research. Have you tried to look for AEW on Max?
I have not, no. Well, I mean, I went to them when Dynamite aired because I had it on one of the monitors in the office to see how it went. But I think it popped right up on the screen, on the home screen, when I went.
Well, I just looked at what she did, and this was 2 days ago, so Saturday, the day of the Tokyo Dome show, a couple days before Raw. If you go to Netflix, there's the banner for Raw right up at the top, New Era Begins, blah, blah, blah. It's in their featured thing. You know how the streaming TV is, where they tell you all the shit they want you to watch first, probably because they'll make more money out of it or they got more wrapped up in it. And that's the first thing you see. You can't get away from Raw, debuting January 6th. She went to Max and flipped through all the suggestions and all the what's going on and all the fucking recommended and had to finally go to the search thing and type in AE before you could find anything related to AEW on Max. So the question is, did anybody that wasn't already watching this show bother to fucking watch it because it was on Max?
Yeah, because I don't think anyone was just on Max at 8 o'clock. It's like, oh, what's this? This is live. It's wrestling. I'll watch this. I don't think that happened.
And
you had to seek this out.
You had to look for it. If you went to Max, you still wouldn't know that it was there instantly. You would have to actually watch it on purpose. So I think they've just got the same ratings they've fucking got on cable television, and they're on a streaming service that,
I mean, really, when you think about it,
people ain't gonna watch.
When you really think about it, all they've been advertising is the show you're watching here will be available someplace else. Well, if I'm watching it here already, like Netflix, we're not going to be here anymore. We're going to be there.
Yeah.
With AEW, it's like, we're still here, but in case you want to see us there, we're there.
If you'd rather us be over here, we're over here now, but we're also still over there. Over there, say a prayer, 'cause Tony can't get his wrestlers over there. He can't get them over. He can't get them over. even if they've been over everywhere.
Oh, come on. I think Mox versus Cope is going to light things up.
Well, you'll have to cope with that. But anyway, so 588,000 people for New Year's Day of the ratings of Dynamite. And
up 2% from last week. Last week was 574, trailing 4-week average. It's down 1%. That's 595. So, to what you're saying, unless there was a big January 1st bump, and then part of that audience went to Max, it appears to be the normal audience.
Oh, let me ask you this, Brian.
No.
Well, I'm going to do it anyway, and then you can decide whether or not you want to furnish the answer based on whether or not you know it. If they're on TBS and TNT, and they're also on Max, could they also broadcast independently on the Raycon Everyday Wireless Earbuds?
I mean, you could listen to the broadcast on your Raycon earbuds. I don't know about AEW just sending a direct signal to your earbuds that they're broadcasting a closed circuit.
Well, I think there should be a direct signal. I think Raycon needs to get in on this platform because they've got the everyday earbuds that are half the price, but just as good, if not better quality as all the high-priced price gougers out there, and they've got all the features on them. They ought to have some kind of thing where you can pick up the AEW broadcast. Maybe they could pay a rights fee. It would help AEW out. And what you do is, every time that Dynamite or Collision or whatever they can sell on TV to get on with these sucker networks, they broadcast that to the Raycons. You pull them out of your ears and stick them in your eyes, and you close your eyes real tight around them. And you will be able to see as well as, well, then you're going to have to get two pair.
You're not going to do, you don't need to do any of this, ladies and gentlemen. You put them in your ears the normal old-fashioned way, the normal old-fashioned ears.
Yes, the ears that everybody's had for so long. I've had my ears almost my whole life. But you put a pair in your ears, and then you take another pair, and you put them in your eyes, and you squint down on them real hard.
You don't do that, of course.
And that way you'll be able to see what you're listening to.
That's not how it works. That's ridiculous. But what's not ridiculous is the sounds of today, the sounds of yesterday, the sounds of Detroit, whatever it is you want to hear on your Raycon earbuds. The sounds of the mute button. The sounds of silence.
The sounds of Motown. The sounds of all these things. But also, I'm just thinking that's something they could look into, because already they got the audio earbud market cornered. They got the 32-hour battery life and the multi-point connectivity.
You know what?
So your eyes are another point of connection.
No, again, let's stay away from the eyes. Nothing to do with the eyes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Just put one in. Just do the Popeye thing.
Do not do it. Don't do the Popeye thing. No, he was injured at sea. Stop it. No. Listen.
Well, that's what Stacy's been calling Harley Poop Deck Puppy.
That's cute.
You can stick one in one eye and do the Popeye thing, and then have the other eye you can still see. And that way, if you can't see...
You can end up like Alice the Goon if you listen to Jim Cornette, ladies and gentlemen.
And the everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant colors for styles that complement yours. For example, if you're a big fan of Purina Dog Chow, you can get a checkerboard pair. But they've got all kinds of shades and nuances. I like the light teal myself. It matches my skin tone when I don't get enough oxygen. And we mentioned that they started just half the price as the other premium audio brands, and they're easy to return. If you're some kind of prick that just likes to go around jacking everybody around by ordering stuff and then sending it back, they offer a 30-day happiness guarantee with no questions asked, as long as you get back in 30 days. Now, if it's 32 days, they're going to send some people over to ask you some pointed questions. You better have your goddamn notes ready and possibly some paperwork to document and back up what you're saying.
No, you're not going to have to worry about any of that.
Just get in under 30 days.
Yes.
Just get in under 30 days.
Just get in. All you got to do is get it in. And, of course, we all want to get it in, and we got to get it in with Raycon. Go get it, Jim.
You got to get it in and get it up and get them in your ears and your eyes and your, if you could actually smell what people on TV look like if you stick these in your nose.
No, do not stick them anywhere but your ear. They do not have smell capabilities, smelling distribution capabilities. No. I don't know who has the smelling media rights.
No, tie string to them if you insert them anywhere just to make sure you can get them out. But folks,
you'll get them out.
You'll get 15% off site-wide if you go to buyraycon.com/JCE. That's BUYRAYCON, buyraycon.com/JCE. You're going to get 15% off of anything that they just charge normal price to any Tom, Dick, and Harry that just wanders by. You use that /JCE, and that's going to make all the difference. You're going to save 15%. If you get 10 pair, as we mentioned, that's 150%. And boy, you could make a tidy living if you just keep buying hundreds of pairs of these things every week. And then potentially you could resell them. We can't
encourage people to resell these. You can put them in your ears and listen to music.
Doing that. You got to go to a licensed flea market and have an umbrella over your table, and then it's okay.
No,
if you resell these things, but mark them way up.
Again,
they're quality merchandise.
You have no permission to mark anything up. You have permission to buy Raycon's earbuds and insert them in your ear and listen to the most fabulous music or podcasts or audiobooks. Really, you can listen to anything. You can make your own noises and sounds and deliver them to yourself with Raycon. And we've said so much already. Why belabor the point? What's that promo code? And how do we wrap this up, Jim?
It's buyraycon.com/JCE. And so you're saying it not for the eyes, not for the nose, just for the ears. You just shove them right in the ears there. That's what you're saying,
them.
Brian?
I wouldn't use shove. I would say place them.
So then, folks, buyraycon.com/JCE. Get your earbuds and shove them.
That's right. Right into your ears safely without a shove from Raycon. And what's that promo code, Jim?
JCE. Not to be confused with Ishii.
Hey, Jim, I did want to mention something to you. We were talking about the Tokyo Dome earlier. Did you hear about the New Japan announcer, Chris Charlton?
I didn't know. What happened to him?
He's been placed on indefinite leave, apparently during the matches at Wrestle Dynasty. Hold on, I have a report here from Post Wrestling. New Japan Pro Wrestling's Chris Charlton on hiatus following AEW comments. New Japan Pro Wrestling commentator Chris Charlton, who I believe is the author of that book, came out a few years back on the history of New Japan.
I believe you're correct. I don't have it. Nobody sent me a free one, but I remember seeing it publicized.
He's been placed on indefinite hiatus following comments made during a recent broadcast. Remarks made by Charlton during the New Japan AEW Wrestle Dynasty card, where he was critical of business and creative moves by AEW. Have resulted in him getting pulled from upcoming events per Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter.
Now, wait a minute. I can understand the Japanese announcers thinking they can slip some shit in there and who's going to know, but this guy's speaking English, right?
I believe he's British.
Yes. Well, so they almost speak English.
Charlton referred to AEW's Tony Khan as a money mark who has taken away talent from New Japan Pro Wrestling at one point during last weekend's show. He also criticized what some wrestlers have accomplished since crossing over to AEW, specifically noting how Kazuchika Okada has been treated since making the switch in early 2024.
I don't know if you can complain about how he's been treated. He's been put over everybody, despite having all the flaws that we point out every week.
Well, we shall see. Dave Meltzer.
So he's their own announcer over there.
Here's a quote from Dave Meltzer. I heard from someone in Japan who was very close to everything and basically said there's stuff going on there and they're very unhappy about it. But he was watching the Japanese version, so he had no idea what was on it. Obviously, the guy's trying to sell an angle, because I guess...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Pump the brakes. Bring this thing to a screeching halt. Dave Meltzer was watching the Tokyo Dome show, but he had an option
No, not him. The person he was speaking to from Japan.
Okay, I thought he was saying he was listening to the Japanese and not the English commentary of the show.
No, but he said that the guy's trying to sell an angle. They think it may be tied into Gabe Kidd has done promos really tearing into AEW, but then he goes to work with Kenny Omega and loses, so it's obviously... So who knows, but that's coming out of the Tokyo Dome. Big news there with AEW and... But that's the last thing you want is like a fucking angle where people were making negative comments about AEW getting pulled off the air. I mean, that's...
Well,
how does that help AEW if that's the fucking...
And also, do you want them to make the negative comments that are so true and that the fans believe, yeah, fuck these guys. They have spoiled our wrestling. It was the same thing. That's when the OVW fans, when the WWE started losing them, was when they'd leave OVW TV, go to WWE TV, and look like idiots. And I could see the same thing with the New Japan fans. Hey, where'd all our favorite wrestlers go? Oh, they're over there now, and they look like shit. Speaking of people that look like caca, I understand that Uncle Dave, our friend the wrestling guru, gave quite benevolent ratings to the World's End pay-per-view that AEW did at the end of the year. And as we mentioned, the matches were so great, they should have wished it was the end of the world. But Dave's gone off the deep end again, hadn't he?
Well, that's right. And of course, the listeners always like hearing your thoughts because we review the shows and then sometimes Dave reviews a different show. But it just so happened to happen on the same night and on the same feed. Well, this is AEW's, let's say, Wrestle End, World's End.
It's the end of the world as they knew it.
Well, from the pre-show, Toni Storm defeated Layla Gray, 6 minutes, 54 seconds, a star and a half.
Good. Did one of them actually bring out some kind of object and lop the other one's leg off accidentally to be afforded only a star and a half?
Also on the pre-show, Jeff Jarrett defeated QT Marshall, 9 minutes, 23 seconds, 2.25 stars.
Well, now we know that Jeff Jarrett isn't as good as Big Boom AJ.
Brian Cage and Lance Archer and Action Andretti and
What?
Leo Rush.
Wait a minute, I thought he used to be a babyface. What happened to him?
They beat the Outrunners and Top Flight, 10 minutes, 48 seconds, 3-star match.
Of course it was.
Then in the opener of the pay-per-view, Will Ospreay defeated Kyle Fletcher, 16 minutes, 21 seconds, 5-star match. The second... Oh, go ahead.
Well, wait a minute. I'm just going to say, again, just... I guess if you want to judge the trapeze act at the circus or the, highly choreographed and worked out floor routine of a great Olympic gymnast, that is an accomplishment. But when you try to act like that's acceptable in professional wrestling, which is not remotely ever been supposed to resemble what they're trying to do, it's the exact antithesis of what wrestling is what they do with it. When it's just move and move and move back and forth with no consequences, no repercussions, no effects, no injury, and then when they run out, they just finish, then maybe that's a 5-star performance. But I thought we were grading it on the genre of sports dash entertainment that it's supposed to be being presented in, rather than what it actually looks like to the average viewer.
Well, we'll, I guess, continue with this topic. The second match on the pay-per-view. Kazuchika Okada defeated Ricochet, 12 minutes, 54 seconds, 4-star match.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't as good an exhibition of highly contrived and choreographed gymnastics with no repercussions and effects as the previous one was, because they started out with the best they could do and then tailed downward.
The next match, in a Tijuana street fight, Mariah May defeated Thunder Rosa, 13 minutes, 20 seconds, 3.25 stars.
Well, I would talk to him about that if I were them, because they had at least enough thumbtacks to get 3 3/4, didn't they? Because thumbtacks is an important part of your wrestling presentation.
MJF defeated Adam Cole, 14 minutes, 36 seconds, 3 1/4 stars.
Woo! Oh. And he's still feeling the need to be charitable, even though it's obvious that nobody gives a shit about that match or anything involving Adam, and most things involving MJF, unfortunately, at this point. And there's something wrong with all of these matches. And with that one, it was the fact that nobody gave a shit and nobody wanted to see it. But with the other one, he's grading these things on what I think I might have said this a couple weeks ago, or drawn some similar analogy. If you go to see the Rolling Stones in concert and you go the next day somewhere and a friend of yours says, "Hey, how was the Stones last night?" "Oh, well, Mick, during Jumpin' Jack Flash, he fucking forgot the words. He tripped over the fucking monitor on the stage, and then he threw the fucking microphone out in the audience in frustration. But he did a great version of Start Me Up." Doesn't that count against the whole fucking presentation? Dave is doing the same thing that all the rest of these guys do, and problem is there's not enough of them. He's giving them a grade based on their fucking moves and not even taking into account whether they nail everything or not. The more shit they try, whether it either fails or it's completely preposterous, the more shit they get credit for.
Yeah, if the crowd pops but nothing is close to it, they're just popping, how does that count? But anyway, let's get back to these star ratings. Konosuke Takeshita defeated Powerhouse Hobbs, 15 minutes, 35 seconds, 3 3/4 stars.
And yeah, the burial of poor Hobbs. Again, the difference, the different problem with that match wasn't they were doing video game shit or that nobody cared and didn't want to see it. It was that they completely fucking left Hobbs out there to twist in the wind, trying to do shit that he doesn't know how to do, sell like a babyface that he is not, and fucking beat him again in a high-level situation when he's a star waiting to happen that has more upside, to be quite honest, than Take does, because Take can have some great matches and be in a good heel stable, but Hobbs can speak fucking English and looks like a superstar. So there's booking malfeasance in that one. 3 3/4 stars. Bleh.
The next match, Mercedes Moné defeated Chris Statlander, 24 minutes, 35 seconds.
The longest match on the card.
And maybe the match that we've received the most criticism for. People thought we didn't give it enough of a review. 4.5 stars.
You can apply this to Mercedes Moon, or you could apply this to where we're going to talk about Okada here in a second. I don't care if it's a great fucking match. If all the moves are technically orchestrated and done and performed well, of course, yes. If they're not, if they shit the bed or botch something up, that takes away also. But if you've got just two people who are not in the slightest over having a technically perfect match, you still ain't drawing any fucking money. And with the performances that Mercedes has turned in, with her promos, her angles, her insufferable, generally douchebaggy attitude that you can tell that she thinks she's a lot bigger star in real life even than she can ever hope to be, I'm not going to sit there and watch her do shit with Chris Statlander for 25 fucking minutes when I don't care if she bursts into flames or turns blue. And she ain't drawing any fucking money.
I'm fairly certain if she burst into flames, you'd watch.
Well, you might have me there.
All right.
But she's not drawing any ratings and she's not drawing any money. so they can all take their great matches and shove them up their ass.
Jim, Kazuchika Okada defeated Will Ospreay 19 minutes, 11 seconds. 5 1/4 stars.
It wasn't even as good as the other two, because both of the other two in the first match can still move. They're not crippled. In the second match, Ospreay had to work with a paraplegic fucking polio victim. And I know that Dave and the rest of these Japanese fans have a soft spot for what he used to do. But I'm sorry, I was a big fan of Jerry Lawler's, but I would not tell people to look at his matches in 2011 on Burt Prentice Promotions in Jackson, Tennessee, and expect the same thing as his matches in 1984 in the Mid-South Coliseum. It's just preposterous. So you had two better video game wrestlers in the opening match, but this one gets a better rating because Okada is, in Dave's mind, the Japanese legend that is still supposed to be as good as he ever was, when everybody can see him taking bumps like the ring is a frying pan. And he's trying to protect himself at every opportunity. And that face that either vacillates between bland confusion and an, oh my God, I've just seen a ghost face, with the haircut that looks like somebody held a Japanese certified public accountant down and bleached him blonde. He is not going to sell a fucking ticket in the United States of America or mean 1/10 of a ratings point, is Okada. I'm sorry that I have to tell the truth and hurt people's feelings. So to take a guy who's not performing very well under anybody's standards or anywhere near the level he used to, and who doesn't mean anything for a ratings point or goddamn selling a ticket, in a match with one of your young guys that can still go and you're paying millions of dollars for, and put him over that guy just because you're a fucking Japanese wrestling mark, is idiocy. So how does that get 5 1/4 stars? That should get, you've just wasted a lot of fucking money, moron. And for the audience that thinks that type of thing is something that's just swell, he gave away Okada and Ospreay, which is a big Japanese wrestling dream rematch from 8 years ago, on pay-per-view with no fucking promotion. Because it had to be that way because he wanted to have a great tournament that nobody gave a shit about except him. Because nobody else could do that much high-level math.
High-level something. But Jim, finally, Jon Moxley defeated Orange Cassidy, Jay White, and Adam Page. 15 minutes, 40 seconds, 3 1/2 stars. And for the year 2024, Will Ospreay received 16 matches, or 16 5-star or above matches in 2024. So, I mean, he's good, but certain people certainly love him a whole lot.
And we should make note that nobody is certainly of any renown in the wrestling business over the last 40 years has ever come close to that. Not your Kurt Angleses or your Shawn Michaelses or your Ric Flairs or your Steve Austins or your even fucking Tony Falk never got 15 of those 5-star matches.
Well, those are the match ratings for World's End.
Well, Brian, before we leave the land of La over there in the Lollipop Guild's domain where nothing makes sense and it's Strawberry Fields, before we leave there to go to the land of money-making opportunities, they've kidnapped the Rock and Roll Express. They didn't quite get away with it. They weren't able to transport them from the location in which that they apprehended them, but they did have them restrained in this was on Collision. And they were in Charlotte, North Carolina at they call it the Bojangles Coliseum now, but affectionately it was the old Charlotte Coliseum, the home of all of those great matches and sellout crowds for Jim Crockett Promotions. They have Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express, come to and do an appearance, sign autographs, whatever, trying to get somebody in that building. I don't know if you've been Googled as to how many people were there, but the Charlotte Coliseum, even the old one, seats 12,000 for wrestling if there's that many interested to come. And while they were there, and tell the people I'm not lying, while they were there, they thought it would be a good idea, the folks in AEW, to have Dick the Boozer, the world's most dangerous plumber, and his band of merry miscreants kidnap Ricky and Robert and duct tape them with their hands behind their back to some cage or barred apparatus in the back of the building and have duct tape over their mouths like they were shooting Reservoir Dogs. And they're supposed to be immobile, and they look like they were pretty immobile. And it just pops up on the screen while, what do they call Cope and Dax and Cash? They're rated FTR, KO. What the fuck is their name?
I think it's, is it rated FTR? Is that it?
Rated FTR.
You know what someone wrote that stands for in the YouTube comments? I saw this was the most popular comment on that video. Find the remote.
Oh, yeah, I wish I could argue these days, but no. But so rated FTR are wrestling. Who the fuck were they wrestling?
Was it Jericho?
Jericho and his bunch. Yeah. That's right. And on the screen pops up the plumber doing a fucking promo in front of Ricky and Robert duct taped to this fucking apparatus. And then, of course, and the babyfaces won the match over Jericho and his throng. But they see this and then they run to the back and they are able to run the perpetrators off. And
well, after the Outrunners attempted to run in and make
I forgot about them.
And immediately got jumped from behind.
These two clowns waddle in from wherever the fuck they've come from, and they're trying to get them, and they get jumped, and they get the shit kicked out of them.
By Yuta and Marina.
Yes. Well, a jobber and a girl. Why wouldn't the baby faces have the shit kicked out of them? And we don't really know who it was or how many that immobilized Ricky and Robert, do we?
No, we have no idea.
So then the big baby faces get there and the other guys run off to the parking lot and then they chase after them and they're able to get Ricky and Robert unduct taped. And Moxley had pulled the tape off of Ricky's mouth one time and Ricky said, "You don't have the balls to, buddy." Which I could hear Ricky saying in a real life situation. And then he put the tape back on his mouth. Like that's okay. You can't get that shit to stick. A good kidnapping, you're going to use one strip of duct tape per mouth. Once you tear it off, you can't get it to stick again. Am I right, Brian?
I get it at the plumbing supply store.
It works underwater.
He took the duct tape off the senior citizen baby face who, instead of saying, "Let me go," or anything, said, "You don't have the balls." And he doesn't. He didn't do anything.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. If I only had time.
If you're going to do a kidnapping, imagine how big a kidnapping angle with the Rock and Roll Express in Charlotte would have been in 1986. But if you're going to do a kidnapping angle with them here now, and just try to get good TV out of it at least. First of all, forget about the idea that it's Moxley doing it or anything else, but do you do any kind of big angle like this in the last minute of the show?
On a Saturday night on a show that nobody watches. But it doesn't, because then this wasn't even really an angle, and it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't a kidnapping, it was attempted kidnapping. They didn't get to transport them. But they're in Charlotte. Rock and Roll happens to be there, and they just tape them to a fucking wall. There's no, and the baby faces save them. But it's not like, now they're coming up, they're going to Knoxville. And I guess Ricky and Robert are going to be there. Maybe they're going to get even. I don't know, but if they, because also they've got the Knoxville Civic Coliseum. It seats 6,000 people set up for a third of the building. They're only selling 2,000, trying to sell 2,000 tickets. So now they didn't even have a cliffhanger. Well, Moxley stole the Rock and Roll and he's going to bring them back in Knoxville. You got to come to see the Rock and Roll in Knoxville. Come back. Or are they going to come back? Or is he going to kill them? Throw them off the Gay Street Bridge into the fucking Tennessee River. There's not even anything to make the people in Knoxville. Let's go see how this is going to come out. And it was so phony. What is their mentality over there that this would do any good for anything?
The problem is between Tony Khan and John Moxley, who has say in his stuff, and Rated FTR, who all have a say in their stuff, and FTR have been a big part of everything on Collision for a long time. I don't know if these people have shown that they necessarily have the right creative instincts beyond what they think would work and what they think is cool. Sometimes you have to think beyond what you personally think would work, and you have to, I don't necessarily think we have any wrestling brainiacs in terms of logical wrestling booking or things that connect to an audience in that group.
And I would have loved to have seen when they went to Ricky and Robert and said, well, after you guys finish signing autographs, you want to do a pre-tape? Oh, sure. Yeah, we're going to tape you to a fucking cage. And but as I said, they didn't even make off with them. There's no resolution to this. It's over with. But now they've announced that Ricky and Robert are going to be in Knoxville. Maybe they might be able to sell all of those, the rest of those tickets that they need to sell if the Rock and Roll Express are in Knoxville. But how this helped the issue, I have no idea.
Did they announce that they're going to be in Knoxville?
I saw it on Twitter.
Okay, I didn't see that, so I didn't know.
Well, somebody else was saying, well, they've kidnapped them, but they're going to be in Knoxville. I don't know what the fuck they're doing over there. Like you said, it was the last 2 minutes of the television broadcast, so. But it's not that far from Charlotte to Knoxville. They could make it by then.
January 4th, the Bojangles Coliseum, according to WrestleTix, 2,941 tickets distributed.
Ouch.
The previous time Collision was there, last year, January 6, 2024, 3,802. So it's down 23% from that.
Well, but that's a third of a house. It's down however many percentage from a third of a house.
Smackdown was there February 9th, 2024, 13,168.
And I don't think they were at that building. I think they were at the big place.
I guess this is just Charlotte overall.
Yeah, just Charlotte in general. Yeah, they couldn't have got 13 grand in the...
Yeah, that's the Spectrum Center, excuse me.
There you go. They built a new Charlotte Coliseum and opened it in 1988 that seated like 25,000 people for the NBA team that they got. And we had the first wrestling show there in September of 88. Midnight Tully and Arn and Flair and Luger. And we did 13,000 people. And now they've already torn that new Coliseum down and leveled it and built a new one downtown. But the old Coliseum is still operating. Sounds like somebody wasted some fucking money.
See, that's the problem with AEW, just talking about this segment, like I said before. And it could be any segment on any one of these shows. You have wrestlers with, at times, to certain people, unlimited creative input. At the same time, you have a boss who, when left to his own, is not able to produce wrestling that connects with people. He could produce matches that fans of moves want to see guys wrestle. But in terms of producing good, emotional American wrestling television, Tony Khan can't do it. And he's the sounding board. It's these guys coming to Tony saying, here's what I want to do. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds great. Maybe we can incorporate the Pointer Sisters or something. I don't know. Like, that's what the fuck the meeting is. So that's the problem with AEW when people are like, oh, why are you so negative on everything? I give them credit when they deserve it, but you have to acknowledge the problem is that there's no creative backbone in the company. And I don't know who that would be. I don't know if there's like an option out there. But the point is, it ain't Tony Khan. And it isn't a John Moxley or a Mercedes Moné or a Young Bucks or any of these people who are booking their own thing. Because none of them seem to get it. They all have, there's a proven track record now. Years of television of guys doing what they wanted to do. It hasn't helped the company. It hasn't even helped the guys doing it. That's I'll get off the podium now, ladies and gentlemen.
But I'll tell you what, these would be great indie shows if you saw it twice a year in your small 800-seat building. It'd be just wonderful for the indie wrestling fans, but it don't play in Peoria or anywhere else with any people in it for that matter. But they can't sell, Brian. They cannot sell to people. I'm not talking about selling moves. I'm talking about selling tickets. I'm talking about selling personalities. I'm talking about selling stars. They're in the star business, and they can't sell no stars. I think they need a new platform. Don't you?
A new platform, not another platform like Max, but a new platform.
A new platform where they can sell off of, where they got people that are professionals that are selling whatever the hell it is they're trying to sell. I'm talking about the experts over at Shopify. Because that's what you hear, Brian. That's the sound you hear every time you're hooked up with Shopify. They just come into your business or storefront, or they come into your home if you work from home. And they just knock you out of the chair.
Virtually.
And they sit down there and they get to work and they start strong-arming people to buy some merchandise from you. And
that's
then you
not how this works. That's not how this works.
Over. They're saying they're bringing people in. They got one stationed on the street corner, and he's the one that's bringing them in. And once he brings them in under whatever pretense, then the guy sitting in your chair says, all right, rifle through his pockets, Sam. You got any money there, pal? How quick you want to go home? And boom.
No. Boom, no. There's no boom here, ladies and gentlemen. What Jim is trying to explain, what he would be able to accurately explain a little bit better if he actually was someone who used a smartphone, is Shopify's there for you. There for your storefront. You could sell your merchandise. They are a global storefront. It's easy to buy the merchandise or whatever you want from people. So it's easy to sell it, obviously. Yeah. And there's no storefronts, or no one's coming into your home. What else do we have to say?
No, you could have a storefront.
No one's mean.
You're allowed to have a storefront.
Well, you can, but Shopify will not have anything to do with that.
As long as you keep on the good side of the Shopify people, you have a bunch of storefronts because they're going to make you all kinds of money. Because nobody does selling better than Shopify. They're the home of the #1 checkout on the planet. By the time they get finished with your customer, they can't wait to check out and get the hell out of there. But they're going to leave behind some cash along with possibly some articles of their clothing that they've managed to shift off in order to get away quicker.
Once again, this is not how this works. It's a virtual partnership with everyone. They come in there and without any actual interaction physically with a single other human being, they are there to help you sell your merch.
We all need the common human touch, but I'll tell you what, you talk about interactions. You're going to have, I mean, we all need that from time to time, and they're going to put the touch on your customers. I'll tell you, way less carts will go abandoned. If they see somebody trying to abandon a cart over there on the median in the side of the parking lot, they're going to go over there and they're going to grab that cart and that person, and they're going to put some extra stuff in that cart to make sure that that person pays for it. It will not go abandoned.
You know, again, it's not even metaphorically. It starts metaphorically speaking, and then it just starts adding features that are not there. They will not be adding anything that's not added by a person into their cart, but they're there to make sure that when they check out that cart, all the items are accounted for, and you get your money.
Well,
that's the Shopify way.
That's right. Your commerce platform better be ready to sell wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. Or possibly, if they're fat enough, they might be rolling. whether it's on the web, in your store, in their feed, and everywhere in between from their feed to your store. There's a lot of places in between to take and snatch these people and draw out some money. Businesses that sell more sell on Shopify. That's why you hear that type of thing. And you can upgrade your business and get the same checkout as all these multinational conglomerates are using. And some arms dealers on the dark web swear by this stuff.
No. We're talking about legitimate people, legitimate businesses, not anyone on the dark web or anyone selling anything that they're not supposed to sell without some sort of treaty in place. We're talking about Shopify.
Yes, there's certainly a variety of people that have honest, upright, and upstanding fronts. But right now, you can sign up for a $1 a month trial period. If you don't believe what I'm saying, and apparently Brian doesn't, then you can find out for yourself how Shopify can help you make money and be a service to you and your business and your entire community, and it'll keep a lot of unsavory characters off the street. They'll all be in your home, working the phones to make you money. Right now, sign up for your $1 a month trial period at shopify.com/JCE. That's all in lowercase, that JCE. Shopify.com/JCE. You're going to get a $1 a month trial period for them to be able to show you that there's no harm in what you're going to do. People have the option of giving you money the easy way or the hard way. They don't want to extract it the hard way. They want to make you money over there at Shopify the easy way.
That's right. They are there for you. Shopify.
The common human touch.
Promo code JCE.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, this is your show.
Oh, I'm sorry. I neglected to think about that. Well, now we got to talk about the business that's making money in the wrestling business. I wonder if they're hooked up some way with Shopify. Can you buy a wrestling ticket for the WWE from Shopify?
I actually don't know. Nothing I'm aware of, but I don't know.
That may be something they've overlooked. We might call somebody in the office up there in Stamford. Get somebody on the phone. We'll let them know what's going on. But should we talk about Smackdown first, or should we talk about how that apparently now these heathen billionaires that run this multi-megalopolis corporation have now taken one of our American traditions and they've sold it to the Saudi Arabians?
AKA another reason to get mad at Tony Khan and what he's done with the opposition to that company. Why don't we start with Smackdown, because that happened on Friday. That was the first thing, and...
Oh, we're going to talk about the first thing before we talk about the second thing.
And there were a couple of things on Smackdown, at least, to talk about here.
Well, we're going to establish some parameters going forward for this programming that we do here, because now Smackdown is 3 hours, and they came out and said that Raw doesn't need to be any time. They can take as much time as they need. It was, I believe, a little over, maybe a couple minutes over 3 hours. We'll get to that on the debut, but this thing could be... So the point is, instead of trying to acknowledge in sometimes granular detail everything that happens on these programs that are now 6+ hours in total for the two of them, we're going to try to hit the points that people might be interested in and leave some of the rest of it lay. That's another thing is I think now they're doing with SmackDown what they were doing with Raw, where they've got they got a nice little 2-hour show there. Be ashamed if anything happened to it, like they made it 3 hours and they had to stretch the same shit out. There was some element of that, and at the same time also, I know they're making a lot of money for this, but you hear about viewer fatigue. The smaller promotions will obviously suffer at some point even when wrestling's hot. If you're trying to watch 6 hours from the WWE plus pay-per-view and then AEW for the hardy faithful, there's 4 hours or whatever plus pay-per-view, or 4 hours a week plus pay-per-view once a month is what I'm saying. And then somebody tries to watch TNA or homeless people, apparently with no jobs and nobody to speak to. Also try to include Ring of Honor. And at some point, you can't fucking do it, can you? We can't hardly do this now. And we're only really watching the shit that most people watch, the 2 WWE programs, which we kind of gloss over some of the slow spots, and the flagship show for AEW on the theory that it sucks so bad that if that's the best they can do for their highest rated show, why do we want to watch anything else?
Well, you know, the thing is, I don't know that WWE is going to be adding a lot to these shows, maybe a segment worth of stuff more, but it seems like it's just going to be ring introductions taking longer, being split up by commercials. And I think a lot of other companies, maybe even Tony, but just in the past in wrestling, if they were told you had a third hour, you'd fill it up with stuff. They don't need to do that. And I don't know if necessarily they're going to be inclined to. It may be filled up with lots of promotional videos and backstage things, but I think ring introductions are going to go from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And it's going to be a lot of people standing in the ring, and then you get a commercial break, then you get a promo video, and then the other person comes out, and then you get another commercial break. It's going to be a lot of that, just drawing this stuff out endlessly.
Well, and the thing is, they don't need to do anything else. They're fucking, again, the all-time Arena Gate, beating the record they set last week or whenever the fuck. They're getting paid money. They've got streaming and television, cable and broadcast covered. They're making a fucking fortune in rights fees, all this shit. This is the perfect time. Otherwise, than for the sake of people trying to watch everything and not fall asleep every once in a while, this is the opposite of the time where you hotshot. The exact opposite. When everything's doing it, just keep the stars on top, drawing the houses, and don't fuck anything up. And that's what they're doing, because they're smart. But at the same time, we don't have lives enough or hours enough in our lives to break down all of this. So that's my New Year's resolution. Is once an hour or so, because that's the thing about the WWE programs. You know, about once an hour or so, you're going to see some big stars do something important, and they're going to do it well. But on the other side of the street, you know that for 2 hours, you're going to be ducking monkeys flinging shit at you.
And again, if they had a third hour, if Dynamite was a third hour, I'm pretty sure you would see more luchadors. You would see more of the guys that you don't see on here that are on Collision, more of the women. If WWE and they have the third hour, they're not going to just fill it up with, all right, we need more people on the roster now. I don't think that's what it's going to be.
No, it'll confuse the issue unless it's somebody that they have a plan for and want to debut and, send down this path or whatever. But anyway, having said that, Smackdown on January the 3rd from Phoenix, Arizona. They started out with a package on Owens and Cody, where Owens has the Winged Eagle belt, and he's claiming that he's the real champion. If they had a referee that could do his job, he would have beat Cody, blah, blah, blah. And Aldis, was wanted back. This was the last week's recap. And Owens wants a title match where the referee can't prevent him from winning. And Cody's thing is, it's my responsibility to take that belt back, and I want a match where the referee can't stop me. And so they're going to have a ladder match at the Royal Rumble. And it was put together great. And it all makes sense. And I don't know, again, how badly was Vince McMahon holding them back the last few years when they're just fucking bing, bing, bing with the creative, and it's easy, it's very intricate, and it's complicated the way they put it together, but not to understand. It's easy to understand. It makes sense. It's easy to digest. You can follow it. And you want to see more of these people do these things.
It's not just the last few years. It really makes you ask yourself how different things could have been at any point in the last 20 years if Vince and Kevin Dunn weren't in the picture producing the show. Because look at Lee Fitting coming in there, scandals aside, the way he changed the look of that show fit with the times of it being so hot. It just feels live and everything's happening.
Yeah.
And Kevin Dunn was never going to get there. And as we've seen from, Mike Mansouri in AEW, Kevin Dunn's understudies aren't going to get there either. And not just him. I mean, TNA, that's the problem. It was like a factory. Whoever was Kevin Dunn's assistant, you can kind of get a job with any of the secondary wrestling companies. And now that we got an outsider and we've seen a different look, it changes everything. And with the creative, who knows when it clicked for Paul Levesque? If 20 years ago he had taken over creative, if it would have been as stimulating as it is now. But at any point, there's certainly a lot of points where it was clear that Vince lost his touch, but it was still WWE and they were still the biggest game in town and that would keep them going. But creatively, there was a lot missing.
Well, then after that package, Cody comes out. And it's a big house, and he's over, and blah, blah, blah. And the basic story is I'm not cleared to wrestle because of Kevin Owens, but the Royal Rumble's only a month away for this ladder match. And then, boom, Drew's music plays. And here comes Drew McIntyre. And he comes in the ring, and there's the uneasy face-off, and then he hugs Cody. And you see how Cody's face, he's like, what the fuck is this guy hugging me for? And Drew's story is, I'm not here to, I can't do the accent. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. You're about to screw up your life's work. The WWE is the best it's ever been, and you're the quarterback. But this other guy's pretending to be the champion. So you need a friend to watch your back. And Cody stopped him and kind of put him over, Drew over in the babyface backhanded way. But Cody's like, I don't believe what you're saying. I think this is the point where this is it's going to break down. So what the fuck? You want to fight here right now? It escalated quickly. Maybe they were running a little long on time. But again, Drew did a great job. And then Cody's like, well, you want to fight right now? And the people are like, yeah, we want to see everybody fight. And Drew said, no, I'm telling the truth. I'm here to help you. But I'll tell you one thing, as he's leaving, he says, you need to watch your back. And instantly, Owens jumps Cody and starts kicking the shit out of him, and Drew walks off and leaves him. And Cody fights back, and then the agents and the referees come, and they have a big fucking pull apart. And this is great, because we want to see more of Owens and Cody, and now Drew, claiming to be, Drew's just great. He's just a miserable prick and trying to fuck with everybody. And in his own mind, he has the reasons.
I think he tweeted out he just wanted to see the tattoo up close, which is pretty funny too. Good pull apart also. And the fans are really into it. When Cody made his break and got the leap stinger splash kind of thing near the corner, people really popped.
And that's the people want to see these people fight. It's not like they're doing the endless chaos and pull aparts and run-ins and heat after and afterbursts and all the shit that they do in AEW constantly. It's that these are the people that are involved with each other, and that's who the fans want to see fight. It's not that fucking difficult. They've again, like I said before, they've made it very intricate, but at the root of it, it's just fucking common sense and knowing the wrestling business. Even in the state it's in today. But then they had Shaky Nakamura against Andrade. Were you a connoisseur of this match?
No disrespect to either man, but there's only so much wrestling I was willing to watch this week, and this was one of those, I'm going to take a break now before the main eventers come back out.
Shaky's new outfit makes him look like a dominatrix with a bad hairdo. What the fuck is he wearing now?
How many dominatrix, I can't speak. How many dominatrixes
It's dominatri.
How many have good hairdos?
Well, it just depends on how much they're charging.
Is that an important part of the The look, the feel, a good hairdo?
It depends on what you're paying for. But anyway, Shaky won.
Does anyone pay for a bad hairdo? Give me someone with a messy head of hair. Like, is that what someone...
I'll tell you what, there's a whole line of magazines devoted to that. But LA Knight came out after Shaky won and he got a big pop and he beat Nakamura up and Nakamura rolled out and LA Knight cut a promo and the fans are still with him. But goddamn, at least he got to run somebody off this time, but we've covered that. It's like, not getting a lot of fucking love from the top. And then Mia Yim and Piper. Glorioski. So at 9:00, Paul Heyman came to the ring. And I know it's the holidays, right? But did he have to eat 3 turkeys for Christmas dinner? He's bigger than ever.
Oh, will you stop it?
I mean, it looks like he ate one of those fried turduckins.
Did he look that much bigger?
Where it's a chicken inside a duck inside a turkey.
Okay, I don't know if he was eating that, but did he look that much bigger than the last time you saw him?
Well, it's also because since he's clean shaved, you can see more of his jowls, and he's got his hair, done black and slicked back and everything. So, maybe it's just the appearance of him fleshing out even more. But I'm sure
it'll never be over. It'll never be over.
Once springtime comes and he can get out and jog a little bit, I'm sure the pounds will just melt off. But anyway, he's setting the record straight. Monday night, we're going to find out who the real tribal chief is. And the story is that, I can't do Paul's promo. He's fantastic. It's great. But they had trained Solo to be the next tribal chief in the future when Roman was ready to step down. But, Solo seized the moment at WrestleMania and stole the Ulafala and put together a band of filthy animals not even welcome in the United States. I don't know if Tongaloa might even be welcome in Japan. Maybe he just got in because he was part of the group. But anyway, he sold Monday night. There has to be a winner, and the loser, or has to be a winner and a loser. And he kind of promised Roman would win. And at that point, I was almost thinking, and then was what he said later on, I was almost thinking, are they going to swerve us and Paul's going to screw Roman? But we'll get there. But Solo came out and confronted Paul, who said, I'm 10 seconds away from pissing my pants right now. And now that they've got this issue over to the point where even Solo is not a fireball promo, but he's got heat, and they chant Solo sucks and fuck you Solo and all this stuff. And Solo basically says that he wants a favor from Paul, that he needs somebody to hold the Ulafala that's trustworthy, that loves my family, that won't disrespect us. And that was, and when he said trustworthy and he was talking about Paul, I'm like, my God, you know this man. But basically they set up that if Roman wins, Paul would put the Ulafala around his neck, and I'll acknowledge him. But if when I beat Roman, you put it around my neck and I own this and I own you, you're my wise man forever. So let me ask you this, Brian, because if you're like a Samoan from Samoa, you can be won in a wrestling match and forced to be an indentured servant. But if you're a son of a attorney and a Jewish guy from Scarsdale, you can't be won in a wrestling match, can you?
Yeah, I don't know how that stipulation. Again, it's tribal combat rules, so I guess it depends on who the supervising body is. Is it a non-sanctioned match? Is it a non-sanctioned match that's only sanctioned by the tribal board? And in which case, do they have Heyman's birth certificate? What gives them the rights to deal in human labor?
Do we know that Heyman has a birth certificate? Are we sure he was born, or was he just spawned somehow?
You see, you can't stop.
So anyway, that set up Monday is what that did.
Yes, it did.
And then they had Gargano and Ciampa against the Motor City Machine Guns. I'm sure it was a fine wrestling match because 3 of those 4 people are capable of having one. But purely dreary, came out and distracted, and the Lucha faces tackled them, and the machine guns got double STFs, but the other ones came in and there was a DQ and nothing happened. And then I think the longest, or it seemed like it, the longest women's title match in the history of WWE television, Naomi versus the Refrigerator. And Naomi had Bianca in her corner, and the Refrigerator had Candy in her corner. And this thing started like, I don't know, with the package or whatever before the entrances, like 10 or 12 minutes to 10, and it went past 10 o'clock and through 2 breaks. And that's where I was thinking, they must be so confident that their overall average, the people are just going to stay. Was this a good match, Brian, or was this another one you were outside for?
I watched some of it. It, wasn't, these, if you remember the War Games match, the 2 that showed the least ability, at least in that match, were Naomi and Nia. I believe it was Naomi who hit herself in the face while hitting Nia with a kendo stick. So, I was kind of keeping an eye on it. Bianca was out there. She's a main eventer, so something could happen. I'm always expecting at some point Jade has to be reintroduced. And I'm glad I watched it because the finish and the moment got a much bigger reaction than I thought it would. And I don't know if we've realized just how over Tiffany Stratton has gotten with that crowd.
But that's the thing is... the finish got over great, the whole aftermath situation, but I just wish they'd have shortened up the front and got to it quicker, because I could have fast-forwarded even more quickly through this match. But
they had a lot of show. They had a lot of show to fill.
They had a lot of show to fill. Bianca beat up Candy on the floor, and the Fridge stopped Bianca and tried to slam Naomi off of the ropes, but Naomi rolled through and somehow avoided killing both of them, slamming the Fridge off the ropes. And then here came Tiffy, because it was Tiffy time, and she was dragging a referee with her. And Tiffy tells the referee, I want to cash in. And as soon as she does that, he turns around and she grabs the referee and throws him over the fucking railing and grabs her case back and runs over and hits Naomi in the head with a fucking briefcase, to where Jax gives her the bonsai drop. Boom, 1, 2, 3. And then suddenly there now the Fridge and Candy and Tiffy are all celebrating. It was all a ruse, a plot, a charade. They've been bamboozled, hoodwinked, flim-flammed even. And then the Fridge levels Bianca and is going to go to bonsai drop her, and then Tiffany hits the Fridge over the back with the case and shit cans Candy out of the ring.
Big pop for both of these things.
And yes, and now the people, oh shit, who knew that they were dying for Tiffany Stratton to become a babyface?
It's that reaction that when you get it, it's so special. It's happening. It's really happening. It's happening now. Like that kind of reaction.
It's finally here. But at the same time, while Tiffy is shit canning Candy, Bianca has gotten up, and there the Fridge staggers into her, and Bianca gives the Fridge her finish. And then Tiffy grabs Bianca and throws her over the announce desk, and then she cashes in and jumps up and moonsaults the Fridge, nearly bounced over the top rope when she landed on her. 1, 2, 3. And Tiffany is the new women's champion, and these people were going out of their minds. They were, again, you don't see that in a lot of cases these days, except for Rhea Ripley and a few assorted instances of the top ladies, but they love this shit.
Yeah, I was glad I watched this, because the moment of Tiffany Stratton cashing in and everything around it, I couldn't believe how over that was in the room. And then when I saw her again, we'll talk about Raw in a little while, when they introduced her in the crowd on Raw,
boom,
she got one of the biggest reactions there. So they've done something right with her.
Of course, now they were in Los Angeles on Raw, and she does look like one of the real housewives of Shenanigans County.
Will you stop it? I don't think you watched that show.
Well, I was a consultant on the first season. Anyway, and then we started the main event, and I swear I forgot to time it, but I'm going to say from the time that they started the package, and then Solo and his bloodline doing the walk to the ring, and Jacob doing the promo, and he's great. And then the baby faces entering through the arena was like 10 minutes by itself, where, with the Usos and Sammy and the yeeting and the waving. And then they started the 6-man tag with a big 6-way, but the heels bailed out of the ring and they went to a break. By the time they came back and you actually saw people in the ring doing something, it had been 20 minutes since the build for this thing started. So that's where you really see, I mean, it's not like nothing's going on. They're very good at hiding that nothing's going on. And it's an amazing looking program, but nothing's going on, right?
The other thing is, and I think it's become a little more apparent in the last several weeks, and again, we'll talk about Raw when we talk about Raw, but you got Jacob and Tama and Solo, their leader, against the Usos and Sammy. Now, you could argue Jey Uso right now is over more than even Roman, but still, he's not the leader. And I feel like Solo, before this match with him and Roman, is kind of getting slotted a little lower in the pecking order. Because again, Roman's not in this match. Solo Sikoa is.
And that's, I think, well, and also because they're one short on their heel bloodline over there, poor old Loa. But I think, and we'll talk about Raw when we get there, as I said, or as you said, and I agree with you. But, yeah, I don't know where they're going with the whole Solo group now. So but anyway, this was a 6-man tag. It was a nice match. There was nothing wrong with it. There was no reason to write home about it, as Aunt Lola used to say. They picked it up in the final minutes. I mean, these guys are all pros, and it was a match to have on television. And then they kicked it up a notch, and they got some 2 counts, and people were into it. And then the Usos double super kicked Jacob and got a 2 count on him. And here came Drew McIntyre. And Jey hit the ropes and dove out on Drew. And then when he got back in the ring, Jacob hit the Samoan drop on Jey and got a 2 count. But he missed the dreaded ass to face. And Jey kicked Solo and speared Jacob and splashed Jacob. But Solo was the legal one, which they kept track of, and the announcers helped us, and he spiked Jey 1, 2, 3. And that was fine, and I see that, you're putting Solo over because he's in the tribal combat match on Monday. And this is not the match that I have an issue with. What I have an issue with is where Solo's bloodline or Solo's group or whatever the fuck it is going after Raw. But that was the down of Smack. What'd you think of this last one?
I guess it says a lot about what you said leading into the match. I kind of didn't care. I didn't think anything major was going to happen in this match, despite the fact that it has 6 guys that are in the main event picture. And I kind of didn't pay attention to it. I paid attention once Drew came out. I think Drew's the most intriguing guy there because you never know what the fuck he's going to do now. It's great.
Yeah, and also, it's going somewhere finally. And that's the thing is, I hate to say it, but we're the critical experts and the jaded industry professionals. For the average viewer, they're doing pretty much what they ought to be doing right now. Maybe they could kick it up a little bit every once in a while. But also with the announcing, we'll get to it again on Raw, but just the way the announcers are clearly telling the talents' backgrounds, why they're mad at each other, what title they cost the other guy, whatever the case. They're opening up for a whole new audience, and they don't want to run off and leave them. But at the same time, again, we might know all this shit, and it might be kind of blasé for us, but for the average viewers, they're obviously doing a show that the live crowd is jumping up and down for, and that's holding up numbers better than anything else on whatever form of television the various programs are on. So they got that going for them.
Yes, they do. That was Smackdown.
Well, before we get Raw, Brian, you and I, we're going to get Raw here. But first, I think some other people may be Raw coming up. May feel like they got shafted a little bit. Is this going to be a Starrcade moving out of Greensboro situation? They are moving the all-American iconic Royal Rumble over to Saudi Arabia in 2026. They're going from Indianapolis this month to Saudi Arabia next year. Is this going to piss people off, or have they just got used to it now? They don't care. They're just watching these big shows. But I would assume no fans from the United States will be attending the Royal Rumble next year. Can you just go to Saudi Arabia anytime you want to? What's the travel like over there?
I mean, that's the funny thing. The whole thing technically is about promoting tourism, but who the hell's saying, hey, let's go to the Royal Rumble in Doha, wherever the fuck it, not Doha, it's in Riyadh.
Riyadh. I've never spoken to anyone in my life who said, yeah, I took a vacation to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I saw these great propaganda pieces hosted by Michael Cole, and I said, you know what? I just gotta go over there. No one said that.
Well, but I mean, is it a thing even? Do Americans often go to Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. If they're secretly selling arms, sure.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is that they're trying to, what is the term, sports wash Saudi Arabia by bringing all these sporting events, but do average American people, maybe the golf fans or whatever, they got a lot of money, but do average American people, average American wrestling fans, is anybody in large numbers of any kind going to events in Saudi Arabia, or is this just to be broadcast from there to make them look good?
I think that's the primary focus. And in terms of your first question, I think this pisses off anyone who pays attention, but not enough to not watch the free stream at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, there you go. At least we won't have to stay up late next year.
This is WWE now. This was WWE under the last few years' events. Everything is for sale. Everything. Don't be surprised when WrestleMania ends up in Saudi Arabia. Don't be surprised when anything ends up anywhere at this point. So it sucks. I mean, the other thing is, if you're really thinking about it, now they have this. They have that show at the end of the year where the two world champions fight for a belt that gets left behind. Does that mean that if there's ever someone who gets over beyond the biggest star they have, if right now there was a wrestler that emerged and quickly was over more than Cody and Roman and CM Punk, could they ever get a push to the top if they have a problem with going to Saudi Arabia because of the behavior of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? I mean, well, that's the interesting thing. You're basically, if you're someone who has any problem with that now, if you want to get a push in WWE, you can't say it.
Sammy didn't go for a while. There was a couple people that didn't go, but it wasn't a make or break, this is our main event. And that was a while back. That was with Vince. With these, but now here you mentioned something else too. They can't have the show at the end of the year where they have champion versus champion if the Royal Rumble is going to be in January. So what are they going to do with that? But the point I was going to make,
why can't they? Why can't they? 2
months in a row, giant shows in Saudi Arabia. Is that even a hot shot in Saudi fucking Arabia?
I mean, unlimited money. Unlimited. You think Tony Khan has unlimited money? This is oil money.
Well, yes, but still, whether it's greasy or not. But Also, I was trying to go back to a point. Now I fucking blanked on it again. Oh, the thing is, they were paying $50 million, we are told, for these super shows in Saudi Arabia. Do you think they paid more? They almost certainly paid more for the Royal Rumble, didn't they?
If you were Nick Khan and you had an asset and you were selling it, you would certainly charge more for a Royal Rumble or a SummerSlam or a Survivor Series or a WrestleMania.
So, to answer your question, maybe the guy who had a problem with going to Saudi Arabia, maybe they could just keep upping the offer until he said, well, fuck it. I guess it wouldn't be so bad after all. But at some point, if they start exporting all of the traditional big events that all the most devoted fans and the ones who spend the most money and travel the farthest and etc., start going to places that they're not either going to want to go or be able to go. I mean, it could create one of those bad taste in the mouth backlashes. But I mean, there's a lot of people that come from Australia to WrestleMania in fucking New Jersey or whatever. They might be happier if they had WrestleMania closer to them, but
whether it's Saudi Arabia or anything else, this is going to be the year that tests the patience of wrestling fans when it comes to the commercialization of WWE. When it comes to advertisers on the ring mats.
Yeah.
Commercials on Netflix. I mean, just all sorts of things selling the Royal Rumble, which means WrestleMania is next. Royal Rumble's 2 to WrestleMania. So that's the big one that'll be sold next. I have a statement here from...
Well, it's nice of you to make a statement.
It's from it just says H-E, both in caps, Turkey Al-Sheikh, who said, Saudi Arabia's hosting of the Royal Rumble for the first time outside of North America reflects the General Entertainment Authority's ongoing commitment to bringing the world's largest and most important entertainment events to the kingdom. Through this partnership with WWE, we aim to enhance the entertainment sector and deliver a transformative experience that attracts a wide audience.
Yeah, if you don't like it, we'll chop your head off. That'll transform you.
They said what it is right there out loud. They're trying to buy everything they can get. They're going to try to buy everything. The Academy Awards, the Grammys, anything you can think of, they're going to try to buy. They've taken over golf. They're going to do this with everything.
Have we got a contact over there in case they want to buy us?
I'm not going to sell to the Saudis.
Well, I don't know now. If we could find a nice one like Tony Khan, it would be our friend too. Is there a Saudi Arabian Tony Khan?
I don't know.
Could we get a Saudi Arabian Tony Khan to start us a wrestling promotion? Well, there goes. I'm telling you, the people in Greensboro were not happy when they lost Starrcade to Chicago and then points all over the country. And this could be a bigger version of that if they go too far with it. And I don't think, going to Wembley Stadium would be considered as an act of treason, but a lot of Saudi Arabia... And we'll see what happens. Who knows? Saudi Arabia may own this country. Since we're going to be for sale too, starting January the 20th. Oh, well, what have you got for sale over on the Arcadian Vanguard Network this fine week, young man?
Nothing. Everything is for free. No paywall, no clickbait. Get your wrestling news every single day from thewrestlingnews.com, the morning wrestling newscast. Available wherever you find your favorite podcasts, on YouTube, and of course, directly from thewrestlingnews.com. Want to make mention of Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon, the best of Shut Up and Wrestle. Volume 2 is out right now. Here, RVD, talking wrestling psychology and training with the Sheik. Here, a tribute to Ole Anderson. Here, Gary Capetta's young wrestling memories. Hear about Andy Kaufman.
Wait a minute, young wrestling memories? I didn't know Gary Capetta was...
Well, it says Gary Capetta reminisces over being a young wrestling fan, and that was my way of rephrasing it.
All right.
All of that and so much more, the origins of the WWF scratch logo, SUAWpod.com or Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon. wherever you find your favorite podcast, and the 605 Super Podcast, the Mothership! Go through the archive, 605pod.com. Come on, Mr. Happy. The Mothership.
Okay, all right then. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, the Raw era began on Netflix on January the 6th. It hadn't even been 12 hours ago now that all this happened, that we're talking about it. And they debuted in front of a live audience of billions and billions of, I have it on good authority, 9.7 billion people watched that stream live last night. Did you hear this number?
No, because you just made it up.
Well, what if I did? Because that's what we're going to have to do now, isn't it? Make them up? Because how are we going to know?
You know what? I think when it's impressive, we'll hear it. I think if AEW had 1 million people streaming last week, we would have heard it already. And I think with Netflix, if it's a major number, if it's a massive number, we're going to hear it. And if not, we're not going to hear anything.
How do we know we believe it?
Well, they're a publicly traded company. If they lie, they'd be in a lot of trouble.
Well, these things have happened before. See, I saw those Netflix executives in the front row, and I don't trust them. They were having too much fun. But anyway,
Did they get to keep their seats? I don't think so. I think there was another one of those seats where, like, all of a sudden, all right, the match is over. You guys move. Let's get Coco Beware and Greg Valentine out here.
Well, that's the thing, is that I was thinking as they showed like the 4th or 5th shot of celebrities and past wrestlers and current wrestlers and whatever, did they give away all the high price tickets? How was this the goddamn biggest indoor arena gate of all time if they gave away all these comp tickets? You think they were cycling the people into the same 4 seats? That sounds more likely. As much, the matches, some was good, some was okay. But instead of going blow by blow on the matches, we've got to just talk about this show. And apparently now I need to watch the Netflix on the TV in the bedroom, which has a remote that will enable me to fast forward or rewind. All I could do was pause on you can't use the cable box remote for the streaming, Brian. Did you know that?
No, because I can. I can't fast forward when it's live, but I can rewind.
Well, I can't do shit. We had to use the little TV remote that has like 4 buttons on it instead of all my multiple buttoned remotes. And we can't figure out how to get the streaming sound through the surround sound speakers. Because my DVD player plays through the surround sound and my cable box plays through the surround sound. We can't get the streaming through the surround sound. These are big problems we're going to have to work out. But anyway, the point is the show debuted, and production first. Let's talk about that for a second, and we're going to go into the cold open, which was production. But good God, this looks like the fucking Super Bowl. I used to say the WWE had a network quality production studio, and it looks like the networks need to step it up a notch now, because the lighting and the way they had the entire arena lit with the colored lights, where it wasn't obtrusive and you saw less people to distract from the ring action, but the building still looked bigger. And just the camera work, and that's a live production, and I guarantee you that director is calling a 15 camera shoot live. But just everything from the packages to the graphics to the way that the announcers were prepared. Because Cole and McAfee are telling the stories of the backgrounds of the guys, who they're mad at and why, what's going on in the company with these people in a simple and easy to digest manner. And at the same time, it doesn't sound goofy to the regular viewer because they're doing it in a professional announcer way.
I don't know, it sounded goofy how much they were trying to put over, like, we're on Netflix now. This is the biggest thing since we landed on Mars.
Well, now,
I mean, it was over the top.
I'm talking about the stories of the talent and why they're mad and who they're involved with, right. That type of thing. They did go overboard with the Netflix stuff, but that's the thing is this show, it looked like Spielberg or somebody got a hold of this, or some major Hollywood studio and said, let's just go all out. And they started with the Intuit Dome. They were sold out, 17,000 plus people. And they had drone shots of the press and the fans and the red carpet. And the fans were popping in on the walk-ins on the screen. And then they went to the cold open. And this was something, I've seen it on Twitter a bunch. What's Cornette going to say about this? Or what do you think about this? This is something that I, in some parts, should have hated, but didn't. Because they didn't come out and expose the business as bad as what Vince has done sometimes in public statements 30 years ago. But it was an inventive and an artistic, even, way of coming out and saying, yeah, we're kind of a work, but we may not be as much of a work as you think we are. But it was the evolution of the wrestling business and how TV changed wrestling. And then TV and wrestling changed the world. And they used the phrase heroes and villains. And that tell a story, the face and the heel. They used that probably for the first time ever, maybe on the show. And the shoot from the work. But they would never say the word fake when they got to the real from the unreal and showed The Undertaker. And the whole overriding point of it was that they tell stories with their heroes and villains. And every great story, and this is Triple H doing the voiceover, he's the Dana White now of the WWE. He's the fucking fight promoter hype guy that's in charge of the whole thing. But he said every great story has that element of truth. And this TV to streaming, America to the world, the all real, ever fantastic, never to end story of the WWE. Production wise, this was brilliance. And I think writing wise, this was the most respectful way to talk about the business being a work that anybody's ever come up with. It was so good, I couldn't not like it. What'd you think?
I liked it. I'm not a big fan of Triple H as a narrator. I don't think that's his strength. But I think also it was symbolic that he was doing it because he is their Dana White now. And I think that's the way they see it, except when The Rock's around.
And it had to come from him too, because if just a unknown VO guy had done this, said some of these things, a wrestling fan would not have liked it.
This was clearly a video you would never have seen with Vince McMahon around. So it's a clear breakaway from the previous era. I thought they did a great job of filling that video with all sorts of clips and wrestlers. Sometimes I was surprised, oh, look who they included there. Really well done, and I think...
Not one trace, by the way, of Mr. McMahon.
No. But I think when you watch that video, you kind of got pumped up. Kind of made you proud to be a wrestling fan. You know what I mean? It was a really well done, we're here and we've impacted culture. And look at the old footage we got.
Well, and as a matter of fact, people were saying, well, it's like my childhood flashed before my eyes. They went back to, who was the clip of the pioneers from the 20s or 30s? It was not long enough when I'm not good with the operating the streaming television. But it was like they went back to the Toots Mondt era. and the black and white stuff. And it was just, you know, this was a brilliant piece of work. Television. You could see this on a football broadcast or the NBA or whatever, that type of treatment of a sport. So Lee Fitting, boy, he knows his shit, I'll tell you that. And they have all kinds of money to spend now, too.
As long as he keeps it in his pants, I think he'll do a good job.
What, the money?
No, not the money. The other thing.
The trouser trout.
You know what? This was a really well done video, and also they released it in advance of Raw, which was an interesting move, and it gave everyone a chance to see this and get pumped up. And then on Raw, they showed you a good portion of it as it played in the arena, and there was no giant screen. It was almost as if the ring was curtained off on all four sides, and it was projected onto it. So I'm glad I saw the video earlier, so I got to see it, you know, in HD.
Yeah, because that's the effect of broadcasting it on that screen to the temporary screens, the sheets, more or less, to the crowd. The shot of them doing that was impressive in itself. It was like, wow, this is fucking great. But for the people watching that, it did dilute the detail and the technological brilliance of the thing. But they had a reveal spot to do, because when the video was over with, they dropped the sheets that served as the screens, and there is Triple H standing in the ring. And at that point, he was more over as a babyface than Vince ever was as a heel. And I don't mean to say I told you so a lot of times today, but this is the major one. What have I been saying for as long as I've been doing a podcast, and for many years before that, whenever anybody would ask me? Yes, Vince was a once-in-a-lifetime heel performer, but after the novelty wore off, or his run its course, his run ran its course, don't make the company heels. It will not end well. No wrestling promotion has ever wanted to be the heel before, the actual company before Vince. And, you know, they ended up paying for it for several years. That the fans were not, that's the thing that gave rise to AEW. The fans didn't like Vince because they thought he didn't like them and didn't care about them. He's probably right.
But it was also, you know, Stephanie McMahon dressing down the wrestlers on Raw.
Yes. The evil empire. As sooner or later, the people said, well, our favorites are never going to get a break, or we just really were sick and fed up with this fucking company, you know, fucking everybody around, wrestlers and us and everything. It became something that they wouldn't ever go to Vince and say, okay, we got to back up on this now. Yes, Vince, you are an Oscar-winning performer. You're the greatest heel ever, but we can't go on like this forever, and the rest of the family can't. Somebody's got to rein you in so the fans don't start disliking our company and want to support an upstart alternative. Because one of these days...
Okay, Shane, go home.
Yeah. Well, one of these days, some goofy other billionaire with a lot of money is going to come along, and he's going to be nice to these people. And that's going to work for a while until we course correct. Anyway, and Triple H welcomed them and gave them the "Are you ready?" and welcome to the Netflix era. And then the lights went out and the music hit, and here came The Rock. And the place went batshit. Now insert your vehemence here.
Oh, no, super over. I mean, he's The Rock. And he came out there, they turned off all the lights. Everyone kind of hushed, waiting to see which one of the big stars will be first. Will it be Frank or Liza or Julio? It was The Rock. As always, he showed you his goosebumps. And then a very interesting promo from the last time we saw him. He was a heel.
Yeah.
And then I guess he was kind of a heel again. Well, I don't. You can tell me what you thought of this, of The Rock blowing himself on Raw, but super over. Can't take that away from him. And he came out wearing your glasses, apparently.
he came out and he's shaking hands and he's smiling and there's Rocky chants and he's in Los Angeles and he's a big star. And even if he was a heel last year, they're going to be happy to see him. If they were going somewhere with him still being a heel, that would be easily dealt with, but I don't think they are, because he did a promo thanking everybody. They showed a VTR of him being named the High Chief in Samoa by the other Samoan High Chief. And everything he did got a positive pop from the people. He got a promo on the new era of watching TV. And he said it was the largest arena gate in WWE history. And they cheer. They cheer when they're told that you people paid more money to see the same thing than any other fucking group of people ever. And finally,
that's the real joke. Half of them were comped.
Well, no, I don't know, because they had the small stage and the small screen and everything. I think they are squeezing this sponge for every drop. But he sucked up to the Netflix executives and mentioned them, and he suddenly put Cody over, and they get a shot of Cody standing in the crowd, and he gets a big pop, but there's smiles with them. And then he plugged his cousin Roman Reigns, the original tribal chief, and he said, I'm going to be watching Tribal Combat or Tribal Conflict or whatever tonight. And then if you smell, and everybody, Rocky, Rocky, Rocky is cooking, he hugged Cody on the way out. And I got from this and other stuff that we'll talk about, I don't think he's working WrestleMania. Because the two matches that you would have promoted at WrestleMania with The Rock based on anything that's gone on up until last night would have been Rock versus Cody or Rock versus Roman. Well, we've seen him hugging and kissing both of them. And there wasn't even the tongue-in-cheek, I'm playing a heel because I'm good at it, but I'm really a movie star type of thing, where even though he was being popular and people were cheering him, he was leading in some direction. There was no match teased here. The matches the beefs were squashed. Do you see any way that The Rock is working WrestleMania either night based on what they did here?
I'm not going to say no completely, but I could still see a path that's very, very clear for him against Roman. I don't think that was put away necessarily even with a hug. He slowly came out there, was very dramatic. And again, The Rock is super over, especially in LA. I mean, that's a fucking industry town. But I just think that he's a natural heel right now, and that although we got big pops there, I think people see through it. So even when he's hugging Cody, I don't think anyone's like, I believe that. They're cool. It's until The Rock says, now the people's champion wants the world championship. It's that simple. They have so many things potentially teased for Mania, from Cena and Cody potentially, to Punk getting his favor potentially. Who knows what they're going to do right now? But The Rock, I would think, has at least one movie I know of that he's going to be ready to promote around that period of time, I think. I don't know. I don't think WrestleMania needs him to break all sorts of records, but I think him being there would be a big... I think him not being there is a little bit disappointing based on what they teased last year.
Yeah.
Which was, I know he wrestled, but it was the tease of one-on-one him and Roman, and one-on-one him and Cody.
It was odd that they should also later on have backstage footage where they're all hugging.
Well, and he filmed that and released it himself. He filmed it. He had Gaetz following behind him filming this so they could release it to show the world, look at what kind of guy I am. I hug people. Fucking ridiculous.
Well, they took a lot of luster off of it if they have it.
You know where he didn't go? You know where he didn't go after that show in L.A.? In-N-Out Burger.
I heard he's never been there.
No, he's been there for the first time ever.
He's been there for the first time 7 times.
That's right.
Anyway, so now we got them out of there because now was time for the first match. Solo and Roman in the tribal combat or conflict or whichever one. Now I've second-guessed myself. Tribal combat. And again, I noticed the announcers explaining the stories, the angles, the background, the meaning of the Ulafala. And Roman and Paul came out, got a big pop. And, okay, one thing the ring announcer's hair is way out of control. What's her name?
I don't know, but so far I'm not really a fan.
Not only is the hair is out of control, but she was dressed like a fucking Star Trek crewman. Or she may have been one of the fucking people from the Purple Planet that beams down for shore leave every now and then. I don't know, but they need to rein that in. She's trying too hard to be our friend Samantha Irvin.
You know what this match reminded me of? More than anything I've seen in a while? A true ECW match from like the mid-90s, before things got really crazy.
Yes.
Because it was a match that there's a story there, you understand it. For me, at least, it sometimes feels like the matches are lacking. But then a whole bunch of chaotic shit just happens at the end. And it's nonstop pops, and you leave feeling good about it, waiting for more. This was a classic Paul Heyman match.
Yeah. And he's there at ringside, obviously, holding the prize, the Ulafala. And McAfee made mention of the fact they're chanting, "Fuck you, Solo." And well, it's Netflix, so now we can just get any kind of goddamn perverse language, can't we?
Someone's got to just start like, pussy, 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 pussy.
Can we have a wrestler with Tourette's now? Piss out my ass.
Only on Netflix. He can't be on Smackdown.
Well, that's because they got split rosters. They could have the Tourette's victims over on Raw. But anyway, we got the match started. And the logos, the sponsor logos all over the mat. Vince McMahon he hated that. He wanted a clean mat. If there was a stain as big as a golf ball, he could see it from the hard camera. We'll talk about all the sponsors and who else they've got sponsored them here in a little while on one of the segments. But the people were into this. It was a long match, but it was a good match. I'm not going to give a blow-by-blow or it would be ridiculous. But they did big moves to each other, as you would expect, but they allowed room to breathe in between, and they sold where appropriately for the most part. And Roman is an amazing babyface seller with his body language and the way that he gets shit over. He was good as a heel, but it's unusual that a guy that size that looks that intimidating can sell that well as a babyface. Again, they go back and forth, and then as they get going into their bigger moves and the 2 counts, Roman had powerbombed Solo through the fucking table and got the 1, 2, and Tama Tonga pulled the referee out. And then that's when Jacob comes in and punches and kicks and DDTs and moonsaults Roman, and then Solo hits him with a spike and gets a 2 count. Okay, again, like you said, it's Heyman style. We're going to go for a while, and then big moves, bunch of twists. Nobody expects it. At least they're not, 160-pound high school freshmen taking all these things and kicking out. So then Solo spiked the referee. And here came Sammy and Jimmy, and they got in a fight on the floor, and they were kicking the shit out of Solo, and then Roman hit a spear and covered him, and the second referee came in and slid in. 1, 2, kick out, and we got the "this is awesome." And then all the Stooges fought off. But here came Kevin Owens and gave Roman Reigns a stunner. And Solo covered 2 count. And then Owens started in on Roman again, but here came Cody. And they got in the hockey fight, and Cody hit the Cody Cutter, and they fought out in the crowd. And at that point, your attention's back on the ring, and Roman spears Solo, boom. And it hits him with another one, boom. And 1, 2, 3. So it was a great production and they had the people going. And then, of course, Paul comes in and is starting to hold the Ulafala out. And then here comes The Rock. And he comes to the ring, and Paul trepidatiously hands him the Ulafala. And he puts it on Roman Reigns. And you think, okay, they're having a stare down. There's going to be something go on. And there was not only a handshake, but a hug and I love yous exchanged. And then Roman put his finger in the air. If The Rock had made some, gesture or if he had indicated somehow we're going to fight, then I would think, well, Rock's going to give Solo a little boost up here to recover him from this win. They're going to be involved some kind of way. But with The Rock and Roman going, we love you, we love each other, and Solo just got beat, that's why I'm wondering what's going on with Solo and his group now.
Well, we shall see. The Rock announced he'll be on NXT, because that's what we need.
And boy, that came out of nowhere, didn't it?
I'll be on NXT, the place where they gave my daughter a job for no good reason on TV. The worst television performer ever.
But I mean, what do you think? Because
look, what you're saying is right. I'm not saying that that's not what happened, but I don't know if that shuts the door. The same way I don't know if him coming out there and giving an acceptance speech on behalf of WWE for this big thing of being on Netflix is the same as what he would have done if that wasn't the case tonight. I don't know if he would have been there if that wasn't the case tonight. So I don't know. I don't know if it was a one-time thing. He loves getting a spotlight. We know that. So you have two options. He gave him the Uli Fali or whatever the fuck. Because
now, don't be disrespectful.
To the gimmick?
We got a lot of fans and listeners over there in the island.
They don't follow the bloodline. They're not like walking lockstep with the bloodline.
Well, over there, if you mispronounce the Ulafala.
Is it Fala or Folly?
Fala.
Oh, okay. It's funny if it's Folly.
Fala la 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 la.
Well, the point is him putting it on The Rock or him putting it on Roman. That either means he's endorsing Roman and that's it. It's over. He's Roman's loyal servant. Or it's just a temporary thing. Again, they drew it out. They made it as drama-filled as it could be. The placing of a necklace.
I think they've made a big mistake and softened this thing up if they're still going to do something and everybody was so huggy and kissy and smoochy. See, this is what I'm saying.
This is the problem, though, with The Rock's commitments. It's like if you want to do something, there are two choices. You need time for him to be able to do it and build up to it. And then he either needs to win, which in this case would make him well, actually, Roman's not the champion. It wouldn't make him a champion. But he either needs to win or he needs to put the person over and make them bigger. That's the question. Is The Rock going to put someone over? Is The Rock willing to put Roman Reigns over now? Because if it's the other way around, not to say that he's Hulk Hogan and he'll just not do the job to Shawn Michaels or anything, but The Rock gets busy. I think you kind of have to look at him almost like a one-match person. He's not John Cena giving you a year. You have to hope you can get whatever you can get out of him.
Yeah, and he needs to put one of these two guys over. I think it would mean more to him to put Roman over, a member of the family at least.
I would think so, yeah.
But we shall see. What do you think the odds are, Brian?
What do I think the odds are that The Rock will put over Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes?
Yeah.
I think the odds are much better that he'll put over Roman Reigns. Do I think it'll happen? I guess maybe WrestleMania next year? Maybe?
Do you think that The Rock will score a touchdown in the next NFL game?
Oh, no. He's not an NFL football player. He was a college football player.
Oh, but I thought he bought the NFL.
No, he bought the XFL, and then I think that went bankrupt too.
Do you think he's going to score a touchdown in the next XFL game?
No, I don't think there is an XFL anymore. The XFL had to merge with the USFL to create a new football league of failed spring football.
Oh, well,
project.
that's the UFL. Do you think that he will score a touchdown in the next UFL game?
He's not going to score any touchdown. I can't believe you're still hanging on to this. There will be no touchdowns from The Rock.
You mean The Rock can't even score 6 points anymore? Son of a gun. Well, I'll tell you, folks, there's plenty of football players out there that can. And you need to bet on some of them with our friends at DraftKings Sportsbook, because they are an official sports betting partner of the NFL. I don't know, they may do some kind of dealings with the UFL or the XFL or whatever under the table, but they're official with the NFL. And you can bet on whether or not the players are going to score touchdowns or not. Now, since this is a football game, and that's the idea that people are trying to do that type of thing, score the touchdowns, it's not all that far-fetched to think that you might win. And all they got to do is just score a touchdown. Well, you have to bet on it, and then they got to do it. And if you do your part and they do their part, you're going to win. That's the way it goes, Brian. There's pretty much no downside.
Again, there are no guarantees, I think is actually what you're trying to say. There are no guarantees. You can try, you can do your best. And of course, if you want to do it, this is a place that can facilitate it for you with guarantees.
I still think, well, you don't need a guarantee if you just bet every player on that team is going to score a touchdown, and then go to the other team. I bet every player on the team is going to score a touchdown. One of those son of a bitches is going to get lucky.
That's a guarantee. We can't say that. What if it's a 0-0 tie?
Well, then they're all the shits and ought to be fired and replaced.
Well, that's a different thing altogether. Mr.
Well,
GM.
if you lose money at DraftKings Sportsbook on betting on one of these off-brand football teams that can't even score one goddamn touchdown amongst the bunch of them, I think you ought to write a nasty letter to whoever owns them. But right now, folks, if you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, if you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple like the touchdowns or a player to score a certain amount of points or whatever. You make your pick, you put your money down, and the DraftKings people scoop your money up, and they give you more of it. Because if you bet $50 and you're a new customer, then you're going to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Ow. I tried to snap my fingers. Instantly.
It hurts?
There we go. Well, I got a little bursitis. But right now, the DraftKings Sportsbook app, you download it, you use the code JCE. That's how you get that bonus money. New customers, you bet $5, use the code JCE, you get $200 in bonus bets. At $5 a piece, you can bet on, 10, 20, 30, 40. You can bet on 45 people to make a touchdown. How many players on both teams in total? That was a question to you, Brian.
That was a question to me?
Yes.
How many players in total on two football teams?
On both the football teams.
53 players on the active roster.
Well, but how many's in the game at one time?
105.
105? Well, you're going to have to bet like $20 to get $800. And then you bet $6 on each one of them son of a bitches, and somebody's bound to trip and fall across the finish line. If you know more than we do about football, you'll probably be better off.
There are 22 players on the field at any time.
Okay, well, at any time, well, 22, well, 205, you could bet on it. Don't bet on the Weasley-looking guy in the back.
Why not?
But anyway,
that may be the sleeper pick. You could probably get good odds on that sucker.
No, they're going to kill him first thing out. He's going to be the first one run over.
That's what you would think. What if he's mighty? What if he's like a mighty might?
Well, in that case, he might run off before he gets hurt. But I would bet on the big guys that's going to trudge through that line. Bet more on the guys that weigh 340 pounds and up. But download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use that code JCE, and you're going to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. Now, you can't go into like Target or Walmart or some shopping center and say, here's $5, give me $200. They'll call the police on you. But DraftKings, they're used to doing things that stretch the laws of credibility and civic governance in the states of the United States these days. The crown is yours.
Indeed it is. And of course, unfortunately, we do not have our friend here today.
Is he iced in still?
He's iced out.
The bad weather, he's iced out, and I'm thrown in. Well, folks, we have to make mention of the following. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. Just get out of here with that stuff. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. And for additional terms and responsible gaming resources, you can see dkng.co/audio.
That's right. The crown is yours.
Yeah, and the crap is mine.
Back to Raw.
Well, now, here comes John Cena. What, again? We've opened with Triple H, then we got The Rock. Then we've had the fucking Roman Reigns and Solo fighting over the Ulafala. Now we've got John Cena. These people are going nuts. And the lighting drone display thing that they were doing in the sky over the arena, did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I saw when they were practicing over the skies in New Jersey.
Was that what those drones were all that time?
I'm starting to think so, yeah.
But, I mean, this is insane where the whole sky is lit up with the logos of the talent with these trained drones. And the people are chanting, Cena, Cena, and thank you, Cena. And he did the promo stirring the fans up about being seen all over the world. And tonight starts the farewell tour. Los Angeles is where the prototype was born. And I'm here one more time to say thank you. And he's got them eating out of his fucking hand. And he's, asking the questions, well, who are my opponents going to be? And when will I become a 17-time champion? And you deserve it. But then he said, no, let's be real. Come on, it's been 2,400 and some days since I won my last match in the WWE. And my time is up and theirs is now. The 17th title reign, it's never going to happen. Well, okay, they say never in the WWE, but it would take a miracle for it to happen. Why, I'd have to win Money in the Bank, or the Elimination Chamber, or maybe even the Royal Rumble. And these things they're getting big pops. And he's like, maybe I could win the Royal Rumble. And he gets the fans to talk him into getting into the Royal Rumble. And he says, and I'm going to win the Royal Rumble. And you know what? I don't know if we need to use DraftKings, but I bet you that he might just win the Royal Rumble, Brian. What do you think?
I think it's one of those intriguing things. You weren't really thinking about him winning it going into this promo, and coming out of it, it makes a lot of sense. And it adds a lot of drama to the Royal Rumble, on top of everyone else who's chasing after a title.
And besides that, just the way that he did this, where he doesn't come out and talk big, and he lets the fans talk him into talking big and telling him that he still deserves it and that he can still do these things, is a fucking brilliant shit. And, they've got him for 30-something dates, almost once a week for this year, and it'll be his last time in every town. And they're going to draw nothing but money with this fucking thing, whichever way they go, wherever.
Just on the merch alone, in every town having a T-shirt that says the last time he's in L.A., the last time he's here or there. I got to see if they're going to Louisville this year. For, John Cena's last year, he should make an appearance there.
Well, only if he goes in for OVW. See, otherwise he'd be working opposition. You remember Piper and Don Owens in Portland?
I guess so.
But
so what would you do with Cena? Do you think he should get a title run this year? Again, Cody's currently a champion. Gunther's currently a champion. No one's even talking about the idea of Gunther versus Cena. That would show you his commitment to working a hard match on the way out. I don't know if that's going to happen. But what would you do without knowing what they're going to do? Not even talking Royal Rumble specifically. What would you do with John Cena if you had him for last year?
Well, no, I wouldn't put the belt on him because this is one of those things where the idea of him going for the record breaker or the last title run or whatever may be more attractive to people than him actually doing it. Because if he wins it, then they know he's retiring at the end of the year to begin with, and then potentially either, are they going to say, well, he'll stay until he loses the belt now? Well, that kind of takes the piss out of it. Or they'll know, well, he's going to lose the belt by the end of the year anyway. Or it just, I think the idea of him going for it, and John with the never give up, never say die underdog babyface, he could still do something with, I gave it my all, but my time was up. Their time is now. We drew $200 million at the gate and 97,000 people at the stadium, but I came up just that short. It's time for me to hang up the boots.
You don't think you need it for the entire last year? The idea he's chasing something?
No, I don't know that you need it for the entire year because the year is kind of front loaded in the 1st of April with WrestleMania. I think the biggest match has to go there.
Unless he did win Money in the Bank, because then you hold on to that briefcase for the year.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think that he needs to win the Royal Rumble and just get it over with and get a title shot if they're going to do that. Because if he had the briefcase, you can't milk John Cena. Is he going to cash in or is he not? And by the nature of it, the Money in the Bank guy has to kind of take advantage of a person when he's down. I don't think he needs the belt. I don't think he needs the win. I think the money is in the idea that John Cena will get a big match and go for that title again, but I don't think he needs to win it. And then later on in the year, you've got personal issues. And if he does 2 jobs this year, that would probably be the maximum. You want him to put one main person over, and you can maybe get a second one out of whatever you're doing to get the main one over.
Until he said it, I hadn't even really thought about it, but Austin Theory, Bray Wyatt, every single person they brought him back to work with, he put them over.
Yeah. And it's not that he won't do it. It's just that you don't want him to do it too much because it devalues. If it only happens once or twice this year, it means a lot more than if it happens 6 or 8 times.
I thought Cena connected more than The Rock did with the audience, just in terms of the kind of reactions he was getting and the excitement in the reactions he was getting. He got those fans pumped up for him entering the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, well, and see, they like him as a person more than The Rock is a star. Cena's a star too, but they kind of like him more as a person. And then the ultimate example of that is Mick Foley, where the fans liked him more as a person than they did as a star. But there's different ways that you can be over, and he's more of a personable, I can connect with the people kind of guy, instead of a guy coming out there, even if they love him, talking in third person and he's hot shit.
Do you think we have to see all of his matches, like all of his classic opponents this year, like him and Punk, him and Randy Orton, whoever else they could dig up? Him and Carlito from when he was U.S. champion.
I don't know about that one. But that's the thing they've got in front of them is they can have a list of people that he's had history with, and for pay-per-view events, they can manufacture reasons for each one individually or an overriding reason why he's going to wrestle these 3 or 4 people in this order or whatever the case, and it's not going to get old because it's not going to last that long.
What about Cena and Logan Paul?
Well, that's who came up next, as a matter of fact, on the program. And they did a package on Logan Paul. He looks like a fucking superstar, the way they portray him, and everybody knows who he is. Having said that, again, I don't know if it's stylistically, if Logan Paul is not the dick that we think he probably is in real life and would listen to Cena and slow down, he could probably teach him a lot about psychology, but John is not going to be a guy that the other fellow's going to be jumping off the top rope and doing coast-to-coast fucking brain busters or whatever, too. So I think if they could slow it down and work John's match, he could teach Logan Paul something. And the promos would be great because both those guys can talk. And I think that's what they need to concentrate on also is they're going to talk them in the building no matter what the match is. Make the guys that he faces in the key spots have more promo ability than maybe they got piss and vinegar for their matches. But Logan Paul could be in there. I concur with that. The next matchup was the long-awaited, they were blowing off everything. And that's why I'm thinking, boy, they must have some really good shit coming up at the Royal Rumble and beyond, because they're just blowing off everything they've had running. But it was the women's title match with Liv and Rhea Ripley. And they, of course, they've been breaking in between the matches or going to ringside with shots of the, as we said, the legends. X-Pac was there and some of the current talent to be there and also celebrities. And this is where they showed Seth Green and Macaulay Culkin. And those were the only two celebrities that I had a goddamn clue who they were, what they do, or why I should know them. Did you know any of these other people?
You have to speak specifically about which celebrities here you're talking about.
I don't know.
The majority of the people they had there, I knew who they were, yeah.
I had never seen these people. I'd never heard their name. I didn't know what they did, but they were proud to introduce them. But I knew Seth Green and Macaulay Culkin.
I did get a kick out of the fact that earlier in the night, The Rock said, finally, The Rock has returned to Netflix because they've never been on Netflix. Although the last thing was the WWE documentary of Vince McMahon. And then they have the producer, Bill Simmons. They gave him a seat right behind the commentators all night. Imagine what Vince is thinking. There's the fucking guy that produced a documentary about him. He's got ringside tickets behind the commentators.
He put the stake in my heart and he's over Michael Cole's shoulder. So we had Rhea and Liv for the women's title. And Rhea Ripley's outfit was lovely, by the way. I highly endorse her fashion sense. And this, it's been the story. Did we expect Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley to be a great match? Liv is not a great worker. Liv, she's a personality now, and the thing with her and Dominic is over, and the whole story with her and Rhea is over. I'm not saying that. But we couldn't expect Rhea Ripley and Charlotte Flair here. And there are some limitations with Liv being vertically challenged and a little bottom heavy, but the fans were into it. And, they didn't go too long, had a break in the middle, but finally Dominic drew the referee and Rochelle distracted, and Liv hit her finish on Rhea and they landed on a chair that was laying there. And that was a 2 count. And then Liv hit the 3 Amigos and the Frog Splash, and that was a 2 count. And then Rhea was sagged in the ropes, and Liv went to do her finish again, the Oblivion. And Rhea caught her and held on to her and held onto the ropes. And then they zoomed in on a close-up of Rhea's face looking at her and the people realized in the building, she's got her and she ain't going anywhere. And Rhea just slung her down and fucking picked her up and hit a riptide, boom, and picked her up and hit another riptide, boom. And 1, 2, 3. And the new women's champion, no ifs, ands, or buts. She beat her flat and they have fucking settled that issue. And then Dominic came in. It's like, give me a hug, mommy. And Rhea kicked him in the balls and gave him a riptide. And then, for whatever reason, apparently just because he was there, the Undertaker's music started, but didn't. You heard bong bong, but then it wasn't Undertaker. It was Mark Calloway, the American Badass. He came out riding a motorcycle, not in gimmick. went around the ring, fist bumped Rhea Ripley, and that was that. Nobody said a word. But
yeah, that would have been the worst wrestling legend appearance on the night if other things hadn't happened.
If other things hadn't happened. At this point, if you're going to give the people The Undertaker, doesn't it need to be The Undertaker? Does anybody want to see him riding that fucking motorcycle?
I think when they hear the bongs, they expect him to slowly walk out and, in that case, probably endorse Rhea Ripley. Instead, he rode by her, so she had to awkwardly stand there and wait for him to come back.
And applaud the idea that he rode down to the ring.
They introduced The Undertaker's wife as one of the all-time legends of women's wrestling in the crowd, Michelle McCool. It's become a bigger world of nepotism there now than it was under Vince McMahon. Because now, basically, if you show up, you get to have your family members there as legends, too.
Well, but with the whole motorcycle guy thing, I appreciate that the American Badass was an important place in Undertaker's career because they had started maybe to just tire just a little bit of The Undertaker, and he became the American Badass and took away all of the characteristics that everybody loved about The Undertaker and made people want to see The Undertaker again. So finally, when he went back to being The Undertaker, they're like, oh, thank God. But I think now if they hear bong or they hear the idea that The Undertaker's in the building, they want to see the fucking Undertaker. They don't want to see the goddamn right-wing, Trump-supporting, Kid Rock listening fucking motorcycle guy. But nevertheless, so that was that new women's champion. So what's, that's pretty much over, right? Unless Rhea's going to beat Dominic in a single match.
It appeared they blew off the whole thing. I thought it was a really good match. I thought Liv did great. Her facial expressions, the way she sells everything are great. Rhea looked incredible in there. I mean, they haven't really done, I guess, technically Rhea and Raquel, but if she blew past Liv here finally, it looked like, won the title back, got her revenge, got to beat up Dominic, they're not going to do a match. You got to figure that's it.
I was being a smart.
I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, you got to figure that's it. I mean, you got to figure what else could they do? I guess now we'll see them each go. It's weird. Rhea's been involved with Dominic for so long. What's the last thing she did without Dominic? Turn on Edge?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time, so it'll be interesting.
Well, speaking of interesting, boy, howdy, there's got to be one in every crowd. I hate that it was Drew McIntyre's match, but Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre, did you get warm, fuzzy feelings over this whole segment, or was it burdensome to watch after a while?
No, I really didn't like it. I didn't think it was connecting, and the crowd turned into an AEW crowd. They went dead silent. And Drew McIntyre is over. Jey Uso, I mean, his ring introduction, him coming out of the crowd, was a big thing, and everyone was going crazy. But once the bell rings...
and then the bell rang.
It's like Junkyard Dog. I hate to say it because he's not in bad shape or anything, but the gimmick's over. The work isn't necessarily there to match the gimmick.
But hold on. I timed it. Hold on here. This thing was one of the shorter matches, if not the shortest match, because at 8 minutes in, I was going, oh my God, we're only 8 minutes in. And at that point, they were going into their finish, but they started out with, again, whoever the fucking rappers are, Travis Scott, whoever the fuck he may be.
Big star.
Well, that's what they said.
No, he's a really big star. I mean, it's a big coup for them to have him doing the Raw entrance music as opposed to the Pointer Sisters.
Oh, was that his fault also? The entrance music was his too? Because that fucking sucks.
Well, again, it doesn't connect to you, but he's a big deal. And again, that speaks to the difference in the companies.
Well, I don't care whether he's a big star or not. He's smoking a joint on live TV in the fucking building while he looks like he just got out on parole from somewhere. And he didn't look too, and he's holding a Mark title belt. I thought it was some guy that had got in the goddamn camera shot. Like, They're fixing to shoot the entrance, and they need to move this guy over.
I will say, for a big star, no charisma. He stood there, he didn't move, and then Jey Uso came out, and there was the charisma.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is some fucking guy that looks like he's in the goddamn county lockup, smoking a fucking joint, holding a mark belt. And I know weed's legal in California, but is smoking indoors? Did they have to get some kind of dispensation is that part of his gimmick? What is he, ripping off Snoop Dogg? Anyway, they come down to the ring together, Jay and the Felon. And that's where I realized it used to be that the boys were trying to get rubs from celebrities. The wrestlers always wanted to be around a TV star, a movie star, or some rock star, a celebrity, get a rub, get a picture, now I know who all the wrestlers are, but I've never heard of any of the celebrities. And all the celebrities want to stand next to the wrestlers on TV so people will fucking know who the fuck they are. We have completely reversed our trajectory, Brian. Anyway, the match started, and thankfully Travis Scott was not involved in it. But this is the problem. Drew's great. Jay's over. But as we said before, both the Usos, you don't look forward to any of the matches. And there's, with a lot of guys, and Jey Uso, I noticed there's a timing thing that doesn't click. There's whatever, the pace is glacial, except when they're kind of over-rushing things. They didn't tear the house down by any means. It was kind of like filling time. At one point in the middle of it, dueling chants started. Drew was picking up some support. Like, get this fucking thing over with. And then finally, Drew kicked shit out of Jay. Jay collapsed. Drew waited until he got up so he could run and hit him with the Claymore. But when he went for the kick, Jay dropped flat and Drew went over the top of him and Jay rolled him up 1, 2, 3 and got the fight. And you can't beat Jay because he's not a good enough worker to have the match where it wouldn't matter really if you beat him. And you can't beat him or he won't stay over like this. But goddamn, the Uso matches are just rotten. I'm sorry. They're very important parts of this deal, but the matches, tag teams, singles, I don't give a shit. I haven't seen a fucking 4-star match yet. They're sloppy and they don't have good timing.
And with that said, I think with Drew, with the right opponent, the matches are good, but we've seen him in there with the wrong guy, and he ends up, it ends up being a boring match that stinks out the place. So that may not be the guy to book with Jey Uso.
Well, no, and Drew as a heel has been much more consistent as a babyface, but it's just so hard for Drew or any heel to stand there and weeble wobble for the yeet punches and the timing is off and maintain any kind of self-respect for themselves. But anywho, after more celebrities that I've never heard of and Gabriel Iglesias, who I have heard of and just don't give a shit about, then, and by the way, Heyman did a little thing backstage where he put Roman over. And Roman said to him that January 27th was the date that he could do something. And because of the streaming TV and me not being able to figure out how to reverse this fucking thing, rewind it, back it up, whatever. What is January 27th the date that he can do whatever?
We don't know exactly yet, but that is a Monday night.
Aha. Well, that makes all the difference. So Paul has got him doing something on January 27th. And then came the moment we've all been waiting for. The music played, and here came Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart. He is a real American. Americans hate him as only Americans. This was the goddamnest thing I've ever seen. You would think in Los Angeles, maybe it's not like it's not New York or Philadelphia. It's a crowd of Hollywood hipsters. They want to see the stars. It's a night of nostalgia and also moving forward. It's Hulk Hogan. He was the WWF in the 80s. They wouldn't give a cripple crab a crutch, much less give Hulk Hogan a fucking break here. They booed him out of the building as he was trying to do the promo where he put the WWE and the fans over and talk about how great the fans are and how great tag team partners they've been for. They were hooting him out. I think, we were talking a little earlier about how, well, they really like Mick Foley as a human being, right? And they like The Rock as a star, but they're kind of in the middle with Cena. They like him as a star, but he's also a nice human being, whereas The Rock is just on Mount Olympus. But this was an example of, we don't care whether you've been a star or not as a person. We hate the fuck out of you. Has he just lied and bullshitted? And I mean, we know about the video. That was 10 years ago.
I think that's a big part of it. I think the videos. The video's a major part of it. Again, it's in Los Angeles.
But he's been back and not been. He's not been carried out of the building on their shoulders, but they haven't savaged him when he was there a couple of years ago making an appearance. This was like, fuck you, we're sick the fuck of you.
No, they booed him from the second he came out. You felt bad for Jimmy Hart because he's out there waving the American flag as best he can, and they're just booing. He mentioned Andre the Giant and Randy Savage. They booed everything.
They almost booed Andre's name, but they wouldn't even react to Randy Savage because Hogan is the one who said it. And there's poor Jimmy, the nicest guy in the building, is back there waving that flag, and he's 80. And he was moving better than fucking Hogan was.
It's not easy just to wave a flag for 2 minutes straight. That's incredible on an 80-year-old.
Hogan looked crippled and his arms are gone. Jimmy's 80 years old. He's waving that flag, and the poor guy, he has to get Hogan's residual boos, but not just the video and just the general heat he had before, but this seemed like fresh. We keep hearing you and we keep seeing you, and you're full of shit every time we do. And we don't want to hear no more of you. This is a new day. Stay out of our goddamn business.
I think the video is a big part of it. I think the fact that his reputation over the last decade has grown as being just a liar. The video where we talk about all his lies, it's like 2 million people have watched that video.
Yeah.
And that's just our video. I mean, his reputation has grown. I do think for, especially Los Angeles, politically leaning, not to make this about politics, I think that's a big part of it too. There's not much appealing about Hulk Hogan as a person right now. And again, he's coming out there, he's crippled. I mean, I've never seen him look that bad. He couldn't have made it to the ring. Like, they had to do this right where he took only like 10 steps and came out and waved. And they're booing everything, his beer that no one wants, that's the other thing. Like, Ric Flair had woo energy. This is like that on a bigger scale. They're now going to be sponsored.
Plus, kids are not going to be allowed to drink it. But that's the thing, is that he announced that, and a great tag team partner is going to be the WWF or WWE and my Real American Beer, and they hooted the shit out of the beer. But doesn't Steve Austin have a beer?
Oh, he did have something. I mean, it's been a while ago. I hadn't even thought about that. He did have something, yeah.
But how the fuck?
Because they want to make money, so they're not going to spend a bunch of money advertising on WWE.
But I'm gobsmacked that of all of the people that they've ever had on their roster, Hulk Hogan was say your prayers, take your vitamins. He was the kids' hero in the 80s. He was the all-American guy. But if you think about drinking beer, you're thinking about Steve Austin. And how they missed that, I don't know. And why anybody would want to drink beer that Hulk Hogan, what does it turn you into, a fucking liar? How and
him and Flair are very similar at this stage right now. In terms of just anyone who comes along with some money, hey, we want to slap your name on this product. Sure, brother. As long as you pay me my million, whatever.
But it's just, and Hogan was never cool with the guys. I mean, guys liked Hogan, especially in the 80s and the NWO in the 90s, but was Hogan ever cool like Nature Boy Ric Flair, or cool like Hall and Nash, or a cool heel, or a cool anything? Or did he just hang around with the cool guys and he had more of a WWF ice cream bar reputation?
I think Hulk Hogan was cool up until around 86, 87, when all of a sudden he switched to yellow.
But was he cool to the adults?
I think he was cool up until that point. Then he became kind of a character of himself as things became more successful and they kind of went down a different road and made him more kid-friendly. This was his town. You know, it's important to note he was a big draw in L.A.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's not like this is the middle of nowhere. This is a town that he was a major star in.
Well, he can draw a crowd now. They'll all have rocks in their hands to throw at him, but he can gather the folks.
This has to make you wonder if they're going to rethink him being on Saturday night's main event.
Well, they can't bring him back after that reception, can they?
I don't see how. Because there's not one... I can't think of a single legend that has ever been booed like that. I've never seen Hogan booed like that. Even when the NWO switch happened, that was in the middle of a heel turn, and he's doing a heel promo, and he calls the fans crap. That makes sense. They booed him from the second that music... Pat McAfee was yelling like Jesus returned. Oh my God! Ah! And he was the only one. Everyone else started booing immediately. And it kept up for the whole thing. Jimmy, it's just such a surreal sight.
He got him to boo Netflix. He's out. Netflix is our greatest tag team partner. The fans booed that.
Netflix was in the building. They saw that. So if they ever thought about, hey, we should do a Hulk Hogan project, maybe not. He's lost the fans completely. He has his fans, but in terms of...
They weren't there.
In terms of the wrestling fan base, would it even pop a number right now if Hulk Hogan was announced in advance as being there? I don't know.
I think you'd have more people on a picket line than you would in buying tickets to see the show.
You brought up Steve Austin. If Steve Austin was there, I think people would have reacted big.
Oh, they would have gone out of their minds.
It's a Hogan-specific thing. And again, like Flair, who started showing up at AEW TV, and it was not very good. All of a sudden, his energy drink was all over the room. We heard it was a multi-year thing. That ended quick. The Hogan beer. You know, again, this is not Coors Light or Michelob or anything you could think of that's a nationally recognized brand. It's an upstart with Hulk Hogan as the spokesperson or icon or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, let's see how long this lasts. This will be interesting.
Whew.
That was the word. I mean, I can't think of a more counterproductive appearance for someone trying to promote their own product.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I'm thinking if there is a new audience, they're going to be, why? We thought Hulk Hogan was a big hero. These people want to lynch him. What the fuck?
Should he come out as NWO Hogan at Saturday night's main event? Now he's a heel yelling at them to take advantage of this.
No, because that's the thing, is that these people made it clear, and if they speak for the rest of these high ticket price paying WWE fans, it was like, no, we do not want to see you. Boo, we do not like you. Go away from here. We are not going to pay to see you, nor do we want to look at you now. And that's, it wasn't even mixed, was it? Were the people who wanted to cheer him, were they just afraid to open their mouths? They might get shot?
See, that's the only thing. It started out and instantly with so many boos. I guess the only thing you can think of is that someone would be standing there wanting to cheer him, like, I don't want to be seen as the only person in the section doing this. And that was bad. I mean, I never thought I'd see the day where Hogan was booed like that at a WWE event. I mean, they cheer everyone. That's crazy. But again, it's LA. But we'll see what happens going forward.
They're meaner in New York and Philly than they are in LA. Come on.
Even like him doing the cupping of the ear just didn't look good. Like he couldn't move his shoulder like that, I guess. I don't know what. It wasn't working.
Well, but besides that, he didn't need to cup his ear. He could hear him booing the shit out of him to plain as day.
Can you imagine they start booing and he's cupping the ear and he's doing what did they say to him when he went in the back? Because there was no, all right, we have like 30 seconds before he gets back here. No, he was right there because he couldn't walk.
Yeah. Oh, well, it worked in rehearsal. But I don't see how, because he mentioned the names of popular people who then the crowd turned against. So I don't see how they could bring him back. What do they go out and say, look, we got 3 or 4 guys that's really over as big stars, Hulk. Please don't mention their name. Please, just don't say anything about them.
Because he even did like Macho Man, oh yeah. And you just hear, boo!
Oh, fuck you. Keep his name out of your whore mouth.
And they went to like the wide shot so you could just see people standing and yelling, boo. Oh, amazing.
But what else could come then but the main event of the evening? And they had plugged this one, the biggest fight in the WWE possible was going to be Seth Rollins and CM Punk. And here it became. Seth Franklin Rollins out. And was that the devil costume? Was that the costume that Satan wore in the Howling Man episode of The Twilight Zone when he was released from the monastery?
I don't know. Satan was just wearing red and yellow and plugging his beer.
That was the guy that was really unpopular. Satan was over in a corner taking notes. But Seth came out, and then on the Netflix debut, like Mussolini, he's getting streamy. He's being streamed to every corner of the world.
Oh, boy.
Well, they streamed him.
They streamed. I don't know what you did. You screeched,
See, I scratched my screech. Well, they had a fight is what they had, as it was billed and intended to be. But again, they get in a fight and they go to the floor and they go into and over the rail. And in AEW, the fans are just sitting there and staring and maybe holding their phone up and kind of giggling. But these people are popping and chanting for name. And the crowd was pro-Punk because Seth has been leaning on the little whiny heelishness a little bit. So the crowd was pro-Punk. And Seth fell into it by getting heat on him and Punk fighting back from underneath. But they had a heck of a fucking match, and the people were with everything. Again, we don't need to do the blow by blow. But they told a story. They had their fight. They didn't do anything that either guy, shouldn't do to destroy their aura or whatever. But it's so you could believe they didn't like each other. And when they did do big moves, they would give each other room to breathe in between for the most part. And, they traded 2 counts where the Punk would do Seth's shit, Seth would do Punk's shit. Seth hit a GTS, the go to sleep out of nowhere, but Punk was able to take the bump and roll out to the floor so he couldn't be covered. But then when Seth rolled him in, Punk hit the curb stomp and got a 2 count. And then a minute later, Seth foiled a GTS and hit a GTS and got another 2 count. And then they did a bit on the desk where Seth was going to go for what looked like maybe a pile driver. Punk then picked him up for the go to sleep, but then Seth backed out of that and hit a pedigree on the desk and rolled Punk in and hit a pedigree in the ring and got a 2 count. Ah, God damn it. Now everybody's blown up. Then they got the dueling chants again, and then they get in a slugfest where it looked like that they were attempting as best they could to say, okay, don't move, but there's not going to be a lot of fucking room for error on this one with the punches. And then Seth hit the buckle bomb, the curb stomp, cover, 1, 2, Punk gets his foot on the ropes. And a huge pop for the foot on the ropes because the people understand it. The other fucking channels got the guy being set on fire with a flamethrower. They don't really get with that. And the people are chanting, "This is awesome." And then came the finish, and I'm going to bitch about it because I have to if I'm fair to everybody. Old Seth Franklin Rollins goes for the superplex off the top rope and hits it, and it looked great. Boom. But then they continued rolling through, and Punk popped up to his feet and got up under Seth and gave him the go to sleep after he'd just been superplexed. And I bitch about that every time anybody does it. It's the same fucking thing as the Falcon Arrow. Oh, I superplex a fucking guy, but now I'm going to roll through and I'm going to pick him up and give him a move that looks half as good and cover him on that one. It's just goofy, but he picked him up, hit the GTS, and then Punk staggered down. Seth fell into the rope, staggered back, and fell over Punk's shoulders, and Punk got up under him, struggled him up, and hit him with another one. Boom. 1, 2, 3. If they could have done anything else besides Punk popping up after a superplex, I wouldn't have had anything to gripe about. But otherwise, boom, the people liked it. Both of them were selling the effects big. Punk had to win because I believe he'll probably be in a fairly prominent position at WrestleMania. And, you know, they finished the show up with a bang. That's what I thought. But who am I to say? What did you think?
You're an expert. I'm a idiot. I thought it was a good match. I really liked it. The fans got really into it. I didn't know if they would after that Drew McIntyre match killed the audience. But
now don't say the Jey Uso match killed the audience.
Well, the fans were really into it is the point, and I really liked it. I agree with you about the finish only because we had just talked about it. So it was fresh in my mind. I think it was the Will Ospreay Kyle Fletcher match.
Probably.
I think it was that match where it was something where they both landed in the ring and the other guy who had been getting killed popped right up. Burst of energy hit something. I don't even remember if it was the finish, but they did it and we talked about it. Other than that, great match. Punk goes over. Makes you think it's not the end of this. And good match.
Does Seth then, does he come out next week and be contrite and say, well, I guess I was wrong all along and let me hug you now and say I love you? Or does he come and attempt to harass Punk from behind somehow or in some more heelish way? Is this the end for Seth Franklin as being a babyface, or can he be redeemed yet?
I don't. If they keep doing this thing with him and Punk, he ain't a babyface, so I think he's a heel.
Well, we will find out when the next chapter, the next episode plays on the Netflix next week. But otherwise, that was the debut of a new era, a new time period, a new generation, all of those things on Netflix. I hate the streaming television. I want my cable remote and my pause and my good operations. But I guess I'll put up with this.
And you'll probably get there eventually with cable companies and Netflix working together on a remote or something. But that was the beginning of the Netflix era.
Maybe they could take all these streaming services and all these different channels and bundle them up all together into a service called cable TV.
That'd be nice.
All righty. Well, what would be nice is to let the people go now so that we can come back in a couple of days and talk their ear off again, wouldn't it?
We'll be back in a few days with the drive-thru, Dynamite, and fun classic wrestling talk and questions and more.
And until then, folks, for the first Jim Cornette experience of 2025, it's in the books. And now, thank you, fuck you, Happy New Year, and bye-bye, everybody.